legend born of a lightning strike, a journey to discover what the ancient world was like. What dwelt beneath prehistoric coasts was revealed in the tales of some Jurassic ghosts. A hero born in a different time. Across the rocks she would crawl and climb. She lit a fuse that now burns as a flame. Oh, listen to her story, remember her name. Mary Anning rocked the seashore. Mary Anning dug deep to explore. Lived in a world that denied her soul. Kept on doing her thing no matter who told her no. Mary Anning in our hearts forevermore. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She found plesiosaurs, a few pterosaurs, fossil fish, coprolites and ichthyosaurs. In the place where she lived by an ancient sea, she sold seashells.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Paleoapato 1, Paleoapato 2, Paleoapato 3, Paleotherobarry.
In the place where she lived by an ancient sea, she sold seashells by the seashore to support her family. Despite all this, there was something wrong. The scholars of the time said you just don't belong. Though they used her work to pursue their own fame, they never could acknowledge her by her own name. Mary Anning rocked the seashore. Mary Anning dug deep to explore. Lived in a world that denied her soul. Kept on doing her thing no matter who told her no. Mary Anning in our hearts forevermore. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. Mary Anning rocked the seashore. Mary Anning dug deep to explore. Lived in a world that denied her soul. Kept on doing her thing no matter who told her no. Mary Anning in our hearts forevermore.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Tradoon. second. Visceral Revolt, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry, we're still getting a few more things together here, but welcome to the stream, and a very, very happy birthday to Mary Anning today. We'll be talking about this figure from the early history of vertebrate paleontology, why she's so important as we celebrate her 226th birthday today. It's a special stream, and I'm glad you're here for it. Anyway, Visceral Revolt, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a we already got a shout out for you. Excellent. It's not my birthday today. It's Mary Anning's birthday. Often heralded as the mother of paleontology. Born on this very day in 1799. Led a remarkable life, and we'll be talking all about her today. Anyway, let's get back into the starting soon screen. I've got a few more things I got to get ready before we get started. So I'll see everybody in 10 minutes.
help? We gotta reboot the system first.
The door locks! Ellie, boot up the door locks!
It's a unit system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything. I gotta find the right file. Oh, this is it. This might be the right file.
I don't want you on this game right now.
What are you talking about?
You've been on kill 'em up games all day and all yesterday.
It's because my new favorite game.
I don't like it. You know.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file. This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
I was laying in my bed last night thinking about that, bro. Like, if I just, like, took a shovel and I just started to dig into my grass, I wonder when I'd hit the ocean, bro.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file. This isn't the right file. You got it! Yes!
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know? Some ate plants, some ate meat, some ate fish, and some ate beets.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Today is an extra special day, so I'm really glad you're here. We're going to be celebrating the birthday and the life and scientific legacy of Mary Anning, often referred to as the mother of paleontology. We're going to talk about why she's such an important figure and what we can learn from her life as we celebrate her legacy today. She was largely unrecognized during her own lifetime, which is a travesty, honestly. We're trying to make up for that a little bit today, as we do every May 21st. Anyway, welcome everybody. If anyone's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I would hope that it would already be within your realm of knowledge that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I study dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs. They might work on everything from fossil bacteria to fossil redwood trees, from fossil insects to fossil whales. But dinosaurs happen to be what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about here on Twitch, 4 or 5 or sometimes 7 days every week, and what I dig up during the summers. Just next week, we're going to be leaving for the field, going out to Wyoming and digging up more dinosaurs, and I will be streaming that live as close to 7 days a week as I can for the entire month of June. So I hope you'll stick around for that. Fieldwork streams are going to be excellent. This is my 3rd or 4th year doing this, and I can't wait to show you what it's like to do paleontology out in the field. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you work too. Anywho, Mini Pie, how are you doing? This is one of my landlords. She's shown at the beginning of stream. Demanding rent payment again, so we'll make that happen. But, it's good to have everybody here. Wolfie AF says, "Lol, this is awesome. Welcome, Wolfie, to Paleontologizing. Good to have you." And Casey Snort, I'm glad you liked the cold open video. It's a good one. I should maybe one of these days, if I have some time, I'll make some more of those with some more clips. But, yeah. Anyway, oh, Mini Pie, hello, hello. You need to be brushed. You've got loose hair all over the place. And very nice, fire-breathing rubber ducky. Holy cow. Super exciting news. Over the weekend, I graduated with my bachelor's in anthropology and archaeology. And my associates in geology. Today I started classes over at the University of Alberta for paleontology. Very, very cool, fire-breathing rubber ducky. I bet you're going to be taking classes from some of my colleagues. I do have a few colleagues who have gone to the University of Alberta. I see some of them might even teach there now. That's excellent.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Oh, good stuff.
Step 1, die.
Oh boy. Yeah, maybe wait on that for now. Captain Pugwash, thank you so much for the 14 months of support. Really appreciate that Prime sub. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Yeah. Good stuff. Here. Anybody, come here. Can I brush you a little bit? Yeah, there we go. Get some brushing. Some of that unnecessary loose fur. It's getting warmer. You're not going to need this. Although it's always relatively warm here in the Bay Area. Very lucky to have that Mediterranean climate here. Huh. Yeah. I need to keep a little trash can next to my desk just for all your fur, Mini Pie. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to be talking about Mary Anning today. We'll be looking at some videos. We'll be looking at some original literature. And we'll be talking about why she's such an important figure. I'm willing to bet that there are probably some people watching right now who have never heard of Mary Anning. And it is my great privilege to be able to introduce you to her today. If there is one figure who is universally beloved by paleontologists, almost like a patron saint of fossil science, it would be Mary Anning. She led an incredible life and was largely unrecognized while she was alive. But she's finally starting to get the recognition that she really deserves. Which is, it's a good thing. Yeah. Alright, let's get you some treats and then we'll move into our topic for today. How many pie? Does that sound good? There we go. There we are. Let's get you paid, huh? You like that? That's what you're here for? Oh, yeah. There we are. Oh, look at all those. Too many treats. Too many treats. Wow. Here, don't spend them all in one place, Mini Pie. These tufts of fur flying around. This is why I have to vacuum like 3 times a week. That and all the other shenanigans I get up to. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. And Petrodactylus, no, my birthday is in September. I might even be in the field for my birthday this year, we'll see. It is Mary Anning's birthday today. May 21st, 1799. Is that good stuff, Minnie? Is that good stuff? Are you satisfied or you want some more? What do you think? She's looking around almost as if she wants some more. What do you think? Slobbered all over my desk. Alright, I can get you a few more. we're actually gonna need some more of these soon. We're almost out. Make sure that these are on the wish list in case anybody's feeling generous. Keyboard. And oh, buying options. I think add to list. There we go. We've got a few different items on our Amazon wish list right now. Things that I could really use for the field if anybody's feeling generous. Oh, I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Thanks for being here. There's these right here, in case you'd like to get some more treats for the cats. And there's other items that I could really use for field work, including, this is maybe our highest priority right now, are these disposable plates and biodegradable forks, spoons, and knives. One of my least favorite things about field work is doing dishes in the field, because it's often done at night or in the morning when, like, should be having fun socializing with the rest of the crew, and I'm planning on hopefully doing some fun fieldwork streams from camp this year. Stuff like trivia night streams, karaoke streams. I actually got a karaoke machine for this year. Stuff like that. So if we can cut down on the amount of dishwashing time, that would be a boon for everybody, for the whole crew. And so if anybody's interested in getting us this here, that would be very much appreciated. And that way, when we're done with dinner, we can just throw this stuff into the fire and not have to worry about wasting a bunch of water that we have to truck in from town in order to be able to do dishes. So, the mug is covered with cat hair right now. Goodness me. Wonderful. Anyhow, yeah. Man, Uke stream? Potentially, Casey Snowart. Potentially. We'll see. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. So good to have everybody here. Holy cow. Really excited to be able to show everybody some field work next week. But for now, it's well, it's time to talk about Mariana. Where should we start here? Here, let's start off with a really quick short video from the Natural History Museum in London. And here, let me get this ready for viewing, sorry. Been so busy getting ready for fieldwork and everything that haven't had a whole lot of time to just sit down and get ready for stuff like this, so bear with me. So Mariana became world famous for her discoveries around Lyme Regis in Dorset, in England. She unearthed the first complete ichthyosaur and the first complete plesiosaur. So both of which are figured here in our background today. There's that big ol' ichthyosaur. And then the plesiosaur right here, the first complete plesiosaur ever unearthed, she dug this up. That is figured right here on our wall today. And there you go, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah, the UK's first pterosaur.
Behind me is Black Ben, near Lyme Regis, where Mary Anning did a lot of her hunting. Mary was really the first person who looked inside coprolites and saw the remains of fish with scales and bone. And this prompted William Buckland, who was a well-known geologist, to confirm that they were coprolites, which is fossilised feces. The study of coprolites tells you key information about an animal's diet and predation habits. Mary Anning's dedication and observation showed that there's great scientific value in looking at even trivial things, even poo.
That's just one thing that Mary Anning did, but this was really important at the time. Because when Mary Anning was alive, she was born in 1799. This is at a time when people didn't really know what fossils were. People's view of the Earth and its past were, shall we say, quaint. In fact, the word fossil wasn't really even in wide use. When people would find interesting things in rocks, the remains of ancient organisms, they would often call them curiosities. They didn't actually understand, for the most part, that these were the remains of once living creatures. The assumption was often that, oh, this is just some bizarre quirk of the Earth, like almost like the rocks are trying to play a trick on us or something. It would take people like Mary Anning to actually try and make sense of these things, these curiosities, figure out what they really are. Just that very idea that nature has a rhyme and a reason to it. The idea that it's worth studying. That there are truly natural phenomena. It's not like these fossils, the remains of, or result of some sort of supernatural process. Like, no, these things are knowable. We can study them. We can figure them out. That was one of these insights that people like Mary Anning gave to the rest of the world. And that was truly special. So yeah, anyway, we've got another landlord here. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing?
From Jurassic Park.
You are?
Let's protect our fossils.
Oh, sorry, that's an alert.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Hydrodon, thank you, Hydrodon, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Are you having a good day? You're so intense. You're so intense, sweetie. What are you doing? She says, I smell treats here. I hear Mini Pie got paid. I can smell it. She says it's time for me to get paid too. All right, Sweetie Pie. All right, let's make that happen. Here we go. Here we go. Look at all this. Such bounty. And you are here to claim it, sweetie. Good for you. Good stuff. No, Denshi says they always look like they're trying to see who you're talking to. Little they know I'm talking to you. No, I think Sweetie Pie is looking out at the cat hole in the door to see if any other cats like Mini Pie are approaching. She may have gotten chased by Mini Pie earlier, we'll see. They have a habit of chasing each other around. good stuff, sweetie? Yeah. Anywho, what else we got on our agenda? And there you go, Pete B. Yeah, for sure. Cats are generally very concerned with their surroundings. It is true. And is it your birthday today? Fall on the Blinks? If so, happy birthday to you. We are today celebrating the birthday of Mary Anning, pioneering paleontologist, often called the mother of paleontology. Here, let's pull up a trailer for a short film. To hopefully give you a sense for who this person was and why she's so important.
What's that?
It's a fossil. A creature that lived millions of years ago. In deep time.
You need to quit all that big talk about deep time.
Fossils are God's creatures too.
This is Mary Anning, sir.
You claim to have found this.
With my very own hand, sir.
Yet, your name isn't mentioned.
There's something up there, Ma. I need to claim it before the sea does.
Watch the whole thing later. But, it's almost difficult to know where to start when we're talking about somebody like Mary Anning. Again, if there's one figure in the history of paleontology who holds almost legendary status, it is Mary Anning. And part of that is that she didn't get a lot of attention during her lifetime. Not nearly enough. There aren't many paintings of her, let alone any photographs. I don't think there's a single photograph that exists of Mary Anning from her lifetime. What we have are this painting right here. If you were to do an image search for Mary Anning, this is the image that comes up again and again. So this is a painting of her at her home, Lyme Regis, on the Dorset coast of England. There's her dog Trey there, and she's pointing down at an ammonite fossil. There are many reproductions of this image, like this one right here. Other people do illustrations based on this. That same red ribbon and the straw bonnet like that. It's a cartoony one right here. Because we don't have very many images of her. This may have even been done after her death. I'm not entirely sure. The one picture that we really have of her from her lifetime, as I understand it. Oh, look, again, this trope, there are a lot of people who will cosplay as Mary Anning, a lot of fossil enthusiasts. If you go to a paleontology conference at Halloween, chances are there will be at least one paleontologist who decides to dress as Mary Anning, and it's usually this kind of green smock. If you call it a smock, I'm not totally sure. The red bow or ribbon, and then the straw bonnet like that. That's the Mary Anning look because of this one painting. But there's also a sketch of her that was done during her lifetime. And it looks less glamorous than that also. It's right here. So while Mary Anning was actually prospecting the seashore, walking along these cliffs at Lyme Regis looking for fossils, she would wear a big, thick, heavy coat, boots, and then a gentleman's top hat. This was very practical wear. It was considered maybe more than a little bit scandalous for a woman to be wearing a top hat like this, but she was a very practical woman. And she knew that rocks tumbling down off of the cliffs, those could injure or kill her. Her dog Trey was actually killed in a rock slide like that nearly claimed her life as well. So before the days of hard hats or other protective headgear, a top hat made of sturdy felt like that, she wore this to protect herself. I have this image right here, by the way, framed on the wall. I think this is the only image of Mary Anning done during her lifetime. So even though she's considered just a pioneer of paleontology, a legendary figure nowadays, during her lifetime, not very well recognized. And Mommy Does says being poor disappears people like that. That's the thing, is that Mary Anning wasn't just very working class to the point where her family struggled for nearly her entire life, basically, until her death. Not only was she poor, she was also a woman. And women at the time were not allowed to join the Royal Society. She couldn't be part of this group of elite distinguished scientists, even though she was doing work that arguably was better than nearly all of them. But she was also part of a minority religious group as well. She was not part of the Anglican Church. And she was ostracized for that also. So she was on the fringes of society in at least 3 different ways. And that's why she largely went unrecognized during her lifetime, even though she was doing groundbreaking work. Let's take a look at this video from SciShow about her. There we go.
Mary Anning was born in 1799 to relatively poor parents on the southern coast of Britain. Their backyard ran into the cliffs at Lyme Regis.
So Lyme Regis is a seaside town. To give you some context here. Here is Lyme Regis. Right here on the southern coast of England. I might even be lucky enough to be able to visit here in November prior to SVP. We'll have to see. But, where did we go? There we go, Lyme Regis. Little coastal town. And today, look, Mary Anning. There's a statue of her there today. We'll be talking about this later on stream as well. Finally, as of just a few years ago, there is now a statue honoring her. She helped make this town famous. Now, every paleontologist knows the name Lyme Regis. That's because of Mary Anning.
Area now renowned for its wealth of amazing Jurassic-era fossils. Back then, fossil collecting was done by amateurs, sometimes as a hobby, other times for profit.
And Moxie Drinker says, dress warmly if you plan on visiting. Of course, Moxie Drinker, please. You sound like my mother.
Not really for science. It's important to note that when Anning began collecting fossils, the prevailing scientific theory was that they were just preserved remains of existing animals. The idea that an animal had ever gone extinct had been proposed, but wasn't widely accepted.
So again, I hope that gives you some context. This is the world into which Mary Anning was born. Nobody really knew what fossils were. Hardly anybody really had the right idea about fossils, and the idea of extinction was still considered a really fringe concept. In fact, a lot of people considered it a dangerous idea, almost heretical. This idea that living things could go extinct, they could completely disappear from the earth. At the time, people thought of nature as being divine in its origin. They thought living things like plants and animals were directly created by a deity, and thus they were, well, divine. And divine things are eternal. They can't go extinct. Living things can't completely disappear from the earth. I mean, a species of plant or animal, to say that they could completely blink out of existence, it was to deny their divinity, and that was a dangerous idea. You couldn't say this sort of thing in polite society at the time, you know? That's the milieu that Mary Anning was born into. This is what people thought in England at the time. The concept of extinction was not accepted yet, which sounds wild to us, but that's why it's important to talk about this sort of context, you know? This is a very different time. People had very different ideas, wrong ideas. Mary Anning helped to change that. And there you go, Crimson Artist. Yeah. And Harry Vetch says, but like, couldn't they even imagine that if you kill all the things, there are no more things? They thought that was impossible. They thought God would never allow any part of his divine creation to disappear. To even suggest that was to question the omnipotence of the Almighty. You see what I mean? People weren't thinking rationally about these things. They're thinking about things in terms of religion, you know? So yeah. Doom Guy says, happy birthday, Danny. I appreciate it, Doom Guy, but it is not my birthday today. It's Mary Anning's birthday. We honestly make a bigger deal about Mary Anning's birthday than we do about my own. One of the earliest pioneers in the field of fossil science, Mary Anning is an inspiration to paleontologists all over the world. And we're talking about why. Well, your Mary Anning's birthday. Thank you, Doom Guy. I appreciate you. Let's continue.
Anning's father, Richard, was a cabinet maker, but he dabbled in fossil collecting and passed that love on to his daughter. But when Mary was 11, her father died, so she and her mother and her brother began selling fossils to make ends meet. Now, the best time to collect fossils at Lyme Regis was right after a landslide, when new fossils might have been exposed.
I wish they would have put like a plesiosaur or ichthyosaur in here and not a tyrannosaur. And a badly done one, but yeah.
But that was also, of course, the most dangerous time to be on the cliffs, though it wasn't until she was in her 30s that she was caught in a landslide. She survived, but her dog Trey wasn't so lucky. Over time, Mary taught herself the basics of anatomy using animals that no one had ever seen alive. And this helped her become an expert in the science and the art of preparation, the technique of removing rock from around a fossil to expose the specimen inside it. This sounds maybe easier than it is. It's actually like separating rock from a very slightly different rock. The fossils she and her family found and prepared were eagerly sought, not only by museums and scientists, but by European nobles, many of whom had substantial private collections of fossils and other curiosities from around the world.
So this is the thing, another thing to understand at the time is that paleontology was the newest, hottest thing. Or at least it was about to become the newest, hottest thing. The people who were really interested in fossils at the time, like members of the English nobility, some of the earliest, what today we would call paleontologists, but at the time they called themselves natural philosophers or naturalists. these are people who are kind of at the forefront of a new understanding of the history of life on Earth. Fossil science is brand new. This is the most cutting edge thing. It was seen as a thoroughly modern kind of science. Absolutely cutting edge. When people were talking, like, you know how people at any given time in history say, well, you know, we're living in the most modern time ever. Think about what we've accomplished. Think about all of these advances in technology and advances in human knowledge. At the time, they would list fossil discoveries as being proof that we're so enlightened now. What an age we live in today, that we've made these discoveries and we're developing this understanding. Paleontology was seen as the most thoroughly modern science there was. By the way, the word paleontology hadn't even been coined yet. They would say geology. Paleontology, I think it was like 1832 that it was formerly coined. That you had a formal coining of that word. It was a French naturalist who came up with the word. There we go. Henri Descrotet de Blainville. This guy right here who coined the word paleontology. And it was actually his third try. There were two other terms that he tried to come up with for the study of fossils. And the first two didn't catch on, but paleontology, that was the one that stuck. That was the one that people started to use. So the name of our channel here on Twitch, Paleontologizing, we owe some debt of gratitude to Henri de Blainville for coining that word. Anyhow, and Dave Nevius says, well, isn't the present always the most modern time ever? Yes, but like, people will list different things when they're talking about, you know, why we've advanced so far in the present moment. I mean, today people would talk about smartphones and the internet and maybe Twitch. I don't know, what are some other things, chat, that people would mention about, you know, it's the year 2025. Look, we have this and that and the other thing. I mean, I don't know, when you think about thoroughly modern stuff, what do you imagine? Either in terms of technology or science or the 707 jetliner, says Moxie Drinker. There you go. Yeah. And this is not Henri de la Beche, this is Henri Marie Descrotet de Blainville. There we go. Claire, yeah. Different Henry. Yeah. iPhones that can hold a charge. There you go, Slappy Salamander, yeah. Wi-Fi, yeah. Modern sanitation. Yeah. You know, in the modern day, we know about dinosaurs like Triarchunkus, described in 2020. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And this Henry has Lyme Regis references too. Yeah, Claire, that's I think he actually did that illustration.
Cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Fun fact, the top hat worn by Mary Anning was similar to hats that were traditionally worn by Welsh ladies.
Really, Neffler? I was not aware of this. I had read that her wearing a top hat was seen as almost scandalous. Anyway, Claire, Henri de la Beche, I hope I'm pronouncing that somewhere close to correct, he did this illustration based on the work of Mary Anning. So, yes, indeed, there are two different Henris who are, I guess he was a Henry. who are kind of pertinent to our story here. This is a wild illustration. Like, it's nuts. Just everybody's eating everybody else. Just squids getting eaten by ichthyosaurs, lobsters getting eaten by fishes, plesiosaurs getting their heads bitten off by ichthyosaurs. You've got turtles having their necks savaged by plesiosaurs. You've got a turtle eating a squid, a plesiosaur catching a pterosaur out of the air. Just bonkers, you know? I always thought this illustration was funny as a kid. Like, there's so much going on. Like, it's comical. Peaceful scenes is like the Earth, yeah. It's like, my friend Snail Chaser, I think it was his grandmother, used to say stuff like this when there'd be like a nature documentary with like a lion just devouring a gazelle. He'd go, well, you know, God's little creatures. Yeah. It is very busy, clever. Yes, indeed. I love this. But yeah, this illustration right here was inspired by the work of Mary Anning. In fact, the fact that you've got fishes being... I love this right here. You have this fish being eaten by this just absurdly long-jawed ichthyosaur. Just comical. All of this eating going on was inspired by Mary Anning's work, not just on these fossil reptiles and fishes, but based on the coprolites that she studied as well, showing these relationships of predation. One creature eating another creature. That's something that she helped bring to light, and here it is illustrated. So this is considered one of the very first pieces of paleo art. The first time that an ancient ecosystem with different creatures interacting with one another, it's the first time that this was painted. And it's a direct result of Mary Anning's work, which is really cool. I want my whole wall painted like that, says Birion. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's continue here with our video.
And had substantial private collection.
Reptiles own the skies, the land, and the sea. And the
Shandy.
greatest of all the reptiles were the dinosaurs.
Now Twitch lets me use my Prime.
Excellent.
How rude of them not letting me support the coolest paleontologist on the platform.
I appreciate that, Amish Thank you for the 36 months of support. Really appreciate that. I would have said before how many other paleontologists are on this platform, but now we actually have a few. There's Dyson Dinosaur, PaleoStream. I don't know if he considers himself a paleontologist, but he also does paleo here on Twitch. Yeah, we've got a number of others too. It's Fossil Preparator too. Steve Clausen regularly streams nowadays. Yeah. Good stuff. Hey, Dyson Dinosaur, Filippo Bertozzo. A very happy Mary Anning's birthday to you. Welcome, welcome, Filippo. Maybe you can back up a point that I'm making here, Filippo. I said earlier, I have been saying, that if there is one figure, one person in the history of paleontology who is universally beloved by paleontologists all over the world, it's Mary Anning. Can you back me up on that? Just so people know I'm not making this up. Yeah, everybody loves Mary Anning. She's almost the patron saint of our science. And Dyson Dinosaur says, I do consider myself a paleontologist. Of course you do, yeah. I was talking about PaleoStream. Joshua, I don't know if he calls himself a paleontologist, in addition to being a paleo artist. Yeah. And Mary Anning is first place, and Franz Napscha is second. Interesting. You know, here in North America, we don't hear as much about Napscha. And I don't know as much about Baron Franz Napsha. But I might have to correct that. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Let's continue with our video here.
Began selling fossils to make ends meet. Now, the best time to collect fossils at Lyme Regis was right after a landslide when new fossils might have been exposed. But that was also, of course, the most dangerous time to be on the cliffs, though it wasn't until she was in her 30s that she was caught in a landslide. She survived, but her dog Trey wasn't so lucky. Over time, Mary taught herself the basics of anatomy using animals that no one had ever seen alive. And this helped her become an expert in the science and the art of preparation.
And this is kind of remarkable because Mary Anning, to my knowledge, didn't go to school. She could read and write, largely self-taught there, but she, to my knowledge, never took a class in anatomy. She never formally studied in a classroom setting, anatomy, physiology, osteology, any of that stuff. So she was an autodidact. She was self-taught. And she later on knew much more, it seems, than most of the formally trained gentlemen who would frequent her shop and purchase fossils from her. And she knew more than the people who went to university, which is remarkable.
The technique of removing rock from around a fossil to expose the specimen inside it. This sounds maybe easier than it is. It's actually like separating rock from a very slightly different rock. The fossils she and her family found and prepared were eagerly sought, not only by museums and scientists, but by European nobles, many of whom had substantial private collections of fossils and other curiosities from around the world. And Anning made many significant discoveries at Lyme Regis. At the tender age of 10, Mary and her brother discovered the first specimen of ichthyosaurus, an aquatic fish-like reptile ever recognized by the London scientific community.
By the way, that skull right here, we've got illustrated right here on the wall. Same figure right there. You'd love to see it.
Specimen of ichthyosaurus, an aquatic fish-like reptile ever recognized by the London scientific community. Years later, she solved the mystery of what scientists at the time called bezoar stones, weird rocks that were found inside some fossil animals. Anning had seen enough of these to have noticed patterns, like that they were often spiral-shaped and were usually found in the lower abdomens of ichthyosaurs. Having the presence of mind to dissect a few samples of these stones, Anning discovered bones inside of them, the fossil remains of fish and their scales, sometimes even smaller ichthyosaurs.
So, Kuasil says labeling fossils as curiosities seems so off by today's standards. Exactly. That's what I was mentioning earlier, is at the time, hardly anybody understood what fossils actually represented. Some people thought they were some sort of supernatural trick or joke, that like deities would implant them in the ground to trick people. Some people thought that they were like somehow modern animals could just turn to stone, and if you put water on them, then they would reanimate and crawl out of the rock. People had all kinds of wacky ideas about what fossils represented. But Mary Anning and people like her realized that they were the preserved remains of ancient living things, creatures that were no longer around. This was an almost outlandish idea at the time. It was almost heretical. Almost sacrilegious to propose this. But Mary Anning had reason to think it was true, and she helped demonstrate that.
Realized that bezoar stones were actually fossilized feces, now known as coprolites, which became hugely important in understanding the structure of prehistoric ecosystems. She also discovered the first pterosaur fossil ever found outside of Germany, along with various important fossil fish, including a perfectly preserved cuttlefish with ink sacs intact, but perhaps...
So she actually took some of the ink from that cuttlefish fossil, and she was able to turn it into ink that she used with a quill in order to illustrate her finds. So when she was doing her illustrations, she would sometimes use ink from an extinct cuttlefish that lived in the Middle Jurassic period, about 170 million years ago. That's incredibly cool to think about, you know? Yeah.
Her most important find came in 1824 when she came across the nearly intact remains of a strange animal, 10 meters from head to tail with an enormous neck. When a famous French paleontologist saw Anning's sketches of the
So I think this illustration here of the plesiosaur may have been done with Jurassic Cuttlefish ink. I'm not totally sure about that, but I know some of our illustrations were done with that. By the way, we have this one on our wall today as well, right there. Yeah, this was huge at the time. This was huge.
The specimen, he dismissed it as a fake, but further study would prove that she had found the first plesiosaur, an early four-fenned marine reptile that didn't resemble any animal found before. This grand fossil skeleton of Lyme Regis became an object of international fascination, and Anning's work on it had her communicating regularly with the most prominent scientists in the field. Unfortunately, the structure of society at the time made it impossible for Anning to publicly participate in science, and most of her discoveries ended up being published by men that she collaborated with. Indeed, the only thing that she wrote that was published in her lifetime was a letter to the editor of a magazine questioning one of their claims. By the time she died of breast cancer in her 40s, she was all but unknown even to many other paleontologists. Nonetheless, Anning's discoveries, her skills, and her anatomical expertise helped usher in an entirely new understanding of the world and the creation of a science, paleontology, that has allowed us to reconstruct a huge amount of the history of life on Earth. So the next time you go to a natural history museum or just enjoy one of our episodes about ancient life here on SciShow, keep in mind that a lot of what we know thanks to Mary Anning, possibly the greatest fossilist in the world.
There you go. Good stuff. I'll give you a link to this video right here. So again, that's the thing. That's a theme you're going to hear again and again and again on today's stream. Mary Anning was not recognized during her lifetime. She was not celebrated while she was alive the way that she is today. Nowadays, we recognize how important she was, her contributions to the field. It didn't happen during her lifetime. She died in poverty. I think part of the great enthusiasm nowadays for Mary Anning is because of that, because people realize just how underappreciated she was while she was alive. She didn't get the recognition she deserved. It's part of what we're doing today. Just trying to make up for that, you know? Happy Mary Anning Day. Dyson Dinosaur says, at least today she's recognized properly. Yes. And we'll take a look later today at the statue that now stands in her honor in her hometown of Lyme Regis in England. Speaking of beloved characters, perhaps the most beloved figure among naturalists today, he has a special place in his heart for Mary Anning as well. Take a look.
This is Dorset on England's south coast. A 90-mile stretch of shoreline here can tell us a lot about the evolution of flight. This is the Jurassic Coast.
Yeah.
Its rocks are full of fossils of prehistoric creatures, including evidence of the first backboned animals ever to fly.
Pterosaurs.
But it wasn't until the 19th century that scientists started putting together those clues to form a detailed picture of one of the most dramatic periods in the whole of the history of life. And they had an unlikely ally, a middle-aged woman from a local town who used to come out to scour these cliffs for those clues. She'd come in all weathers, but particularly after there had been heavy storms, which might have removed some section of the cliff and so exposed specimens that no one had ever seen before.
So this is the thing. I hope most of you realize this at this point, but we've got some newer folks here. When we as paleontologists go out and look for fossils, generally we're not going and digging a hole in a random spot. We're looking for areas that have been eroded. We're kind of letting nature do some of the digging for us, and we're looking for bits of fossil that are exposed on the surface. And that's precisely what Mary Anning did too. If you go and just dig in a random spot, chances are you'll never find anything. You walk along and you look at where the rock is being eroded, and you look for signs of fossils. And if you see signs of fossils, if you see bits sticking out, then you dig in right there. Does that make sense? That's precisely what Mary Anning did.
Her name was Mary Anning. she had an almost unbelievable talent for unearthing fossils. So extraordinary were her achievements that some called her the Princess of Paleontology.
I don't think I've ever really heard her called that except in like this video and maybe a couple of other ones. I've never heard a paleontologist call her that. That almost sounds condescending to call her a princess of paleontology. I don't know. Maybe the word princess sounds too diminutive for her grand stature in this field. But more like a queen, says Petrodactylus. Sure, queen sounds more regal than princess does, in my opinion. Yeah.
When you consider Mary Anning's status,
There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
a woman
Yeah.
from a working class background with no formal education to speak of, it may seem strange that she acquired such a prestigious reputation. Until, that is, you see what it was she discovered.
Oh, yeah.
The Natural History Museum in London. It holds one of the most comprehensive collections of fossils in the world.
There's Dippy right there. I've got Dippy's skull right here. 3D print of Dippy's skull, the Diplodocus. Halation Effects says Dame of Dinosaurs. Mary Anning never actually worked on dinosaurs. I should have made that clear at the beginning of today's stream. The creatures we're going to be talking about, except for this one, this is just, it happens to be in the museum. But plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, pterosaurs, none of these critters are dinosaurs. They're other ancient Mesozoic reptiles, but none of them are dinosaurs. Just to be clear.
And those Mary Anning discovered are among the very best and the most important. A whole section of the museum is filled with her finds. Most of the creatures she collected were giant aquatic reptiles, fish-eating monsters that dominated the seas.
So this one we have here is also, I think this is the same one on the wall right now. This is either Romaleosaurus here, or it's Anningsaura, which was previously a species of Plesiosaurus, and then it was put into its own genus named in Mary Anning's honor. Anningsaura, here we go. Previously referred to as Plesiosaurus macrocephalus. But then was renamed Anningsaura when it was determined that it's too different from other Plesiosaurus. There's a cast of the skull right there, and I have a 3D print of the skull here on my wall today, named after Mary Anning. Pretty cool. You'll also notice that it's not Anningsaurus, it's Anningsaura right there. There's a number of dinosaurs as well that have Sora instead of Saurus. Who can tell me why that is? Why Sora instead of Saurus? Anybody know? Maiasaura comes to mind. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. The ladies know, says Claire Burr. Come on, somebody knows. There we go. Yeah. Because, well, a lot of words in Latin are gendered for better or for worse. And so if you're naming it after somebody who's female, or a female concept, like Maiasaura, good mother lizard, then it's Sora instead of Saurus. Saurus is either male or gender neutral. Sora is the female suffix. So, yeah. Anningsaura. And this is such a great figure. I love this right here. Skull of Anningsaura. In fact, I love it so much that it's framed here on the wall as well today. Anyway.
But she found other things too. In 1828, Mary Anning made one of her most sensational discoveries. This is it. It's a small animal, but...
And is near. Oh, interesting, Jody Fish. I didn't know that. You probably know much more about Latin than I do. Excellent.
Its head is missing, and its spine is missing, but what remains is fascinating. There's its pelvis, its upper leg, its lower leg, and there is its foot with its toes. And here is its arm, which ends with a hand with fingers, except that one of these fingers is hugely elongated. It runs all the way along here.
Yeah.
And Mary Anning probably realized what that meant. It meant that that long finger supported a wing.
Yep.
And as more specimens were discovered, it was realized that this was certainly a reptile with a wing, so it was called pterosaur, winged lizard.
Very cool.
Mary Anning had found the blueprint.
So, by the way, that critter is Dimorphodon. There we go. This ancient flying reptile, this pterosaur from the Middle Jurassic. Really cool critter. It's got a pretty big head. Big teeth. It may have been pretty nimble on land as well as in the air. It unfortunately was, oh man, they really botched it in Jurassic World. Just looks so just ugly and bad in that. I prefer to think of it more like, well, more like this. It's a lovely illustration of it. Right here. Almost puffin-like. This is kind of a trope with reconstructions of Dimorphodon, since it does have a vaguely puffin-shaped head. Some paleo artists really like to give it kind of puffin coloration like that, and I like that a lot, you know? Pretty cool. Looks a lot better than the Jurassic World garbage. Ugh. Turned it into a little monster. Anyhow.
Mary Anning had found the blueprint for the first large animals ever to fly, a creature that set the pattern for a whole new phase of aerial evolution.
Very cool. And she found the first one in England. The first one in the world outside of Germany. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. And Petrodactyla says it's not even recognizable as Dimorphodon. It's crazy how bad it is. Yeah, they really botched that. Like, I don't know. They don't get me started on Jurassic World. Just how many things that they had, just incredible opportunities, gold in the palm of their hand, and they're like, yeah, who wants that? Let's make some garbage instead, you know? It's just so frustrating. Anywho, yeah. And Enlightened Tights, is the Crystal Palace dinosaurs are getting a multi-million-pound restoration, by the way? Yes, Enlightened Tight, and that actually has to do with our subjects of today, with Mary Anning. Let's see if we've got any news stories about that. Here we go. Got anything from this month? Maybe not.
This is the world's first Jurassic Park, in quotes.
This was the first time anybody had tried to visualize what dinosaurs looked like.
There's
Anyone
Michael Benton.
who's studied paleontology
I met him at
usually
SVP
has
this
an
year. Really nice
introduction
guy.
to the first public unveiling of reconstructions of dinosaurs, and that was at Crystal Palace.
There isn't anything else like these, not just in London, but across the country.
I think I saw
World,
them
really.
in some children's book when I was probably about 7 or 8.
As scientists, we are always working with somewhat incomplete data, and we put together the best understanding we can.
It's worth remembering they were set up 5 or 6 years before Darwin's Origin of Species, the book from 1859. The rather dour professor, together with this showman artist, had to come up with images that were satisfactory in terms of scientific accuracy, but that would be exciting and impressive for the visitor.
They've been through the wars, they've been painted funny colours, they've put up with a lot.
And they are in disrepair.
You notice that the sculptures are crumbling.
This poor guy hasn't got much of a face left.
Most people really want to conserve the site, but stuff happens. We want to make sure that the security is good on the island.
And I see images of people climbing on the sculptures. It makes me feel a bit sad that they don't understand the significance of the site that they're trespassing upon.
Often the island has been inaccessible and nobody has kept track of the damage, and it's been allowed to sort of snowball. You need to actually get people motivated to do things. You realize that somebody that makes things happen has to be you, it has to be us, it has to be a bunch of us all working together.
I just saw this as a way that I could make a difference, that I could really do something substantial
Blue is cheap.
for them.
It's only this last few years where someone's taken the incentive to look after them.
So many people just love these dinosaurs.
This is everybody's dinosaurs, it's our dinosaurs.
People might think big concrete monsters, nobody cares, they'll last forever. Absolutely not.
No.
We need the dinosaurs to survive another century or two.
Yep. So they just got a big grant to be able to preserve those. I'm really happy about that. I'm also really hoping that that doesn't mean it'll be closed when I'm in the UK in November. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting is in the crown jewel of the British Isles this year, Birmingham. So I'm going to be going to the UK this year, and I'm going to see if I can stop in London and visit the NHM and visit the Crystal Palace dinosaurs. There's a lot of organizing I've got to do in order to make that happen, but yeah, I actually need to get in contact with the Crystal Palace dinosaur folks ASAP to inquire about that. But it would be excellent to be able to live stream from there. We'll see if it's
And it's
possible.
therefore likely that we're here today because,
Marcy walks dogs.
by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been
Oh, yes,
dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
It's true. Marcy Walks Dogs, thank you for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate it. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. The plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs there in Crystal Palace Park. These are based on Mary Anning's work. She found these fossils. She excavated them. She studied them. These are the direct results of Mary Anning's hard work. She helped bring these creatures to light. And then Waterhouse Hawkins, who created these sculptures, he brought them to life. Some of that is outlined in an excellent book by Mark Whitten about the Crystal Palace. We call it the Geological Court, because it's not just dinosaurs. It's a bunch of different critters. And that's in... Where is that book? Art and Science of the Crystal Palace Dinosaurs by British paleontologist Mark Whitten. Here we go. Excellent book here. This is the definitive resource if you want to get hold of that. And here we go. The ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs, based on the work of Mary Anning. There is Mary Anning's illustration right there of that plesiosaur. Good stuff. So, anywho, I'm really hoping I get to visit there, rather, when I'm in England in November, but we'll have to see. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And am I going to visit the Jurassic Coast? We'll see, Grimwitch. That would be kind of ideal is, well, I'd love to be able to visit Sydenham Park, South London, see the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, visit the NHM in London, and also visit the Dorset Coast and visit Lyme Regis, see the statue of Mary Anning, see the beaches that she walked on and found these fossils, all of that. I'd love to stream from all of these places. We'll see if that's possible. But also, usually prior to SVP, there's a field trip, like a pre-meeting field trip, sometimes a post-meeting field trip, where paleontologists from that area will organize a trip for people visiting from outside. They'll rent a van or 2 or 3 vans, drive around to different sites, see what there is to see, and just have a grand old time. If that's happening this year, and usually we don't find out until like August or September, but I would love to be able to participate. I did that last year in North Dakota. There's a special North Dakota pre-SVP field trip where you'd fly into North Dakota, hang out with other paleontologists, drive around to different fossil sites and museums, and then at the end of it, drive to Minneapolis, where the meeting is being held. I got to do that, and it was phenomenal. We'll see if I can do that this year, 2025, in England, if they have a similar trip, which I suspect they will. There's also a whole bunch of other really important fossil sites. There's going to be the Stonesfield Quarry, where I think Megalosaurus was first discovered. You've got the discovery sites of Hylaeosaurus and Iguanodon and a number of these other really important fossil critters. I'm hoping somebody is organizing a big field trip because that would be really, really cool. And if I'm very lucky and get extra special permission, I might even be able to stream that. So we'll see. Oh, and very cool, Enlightened Titan. Nice. Yeah. Crimson Carnotaurus wants to know if Cetiosaurus is part of that tour. What tour? I don't know if there's gonna be a tour. There's we don't know if there's going to be a tour, so I can't answer that question. Yeah. Let's put this back and let's, yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur, I've been talking with Lordy about this. Take a train and come back with me in Brussels. Baronosaur Iguanodon, we were talking about me and Lordy flying into Brussels. Plane tickets are like 1/3 the price what they normally are. Right? They're real cheap. Flying into Brussels, seeing the Iguanodon there, maybe streaming from there, and then later I take the train to the UK. That'd be very cool. So we'll see. Anyway, let me put this back. And direct train, very easy to get and cheaper? Yeah, it might happen. I'll let you know, Filippo. Would we be able to do a live stream, a joint live stream, you and me, from the museum in Brussels with all the iguanodon? Because that would be incredible. I would be all about that. You'd love to? All right. I'll see if that's possible. I'll see if we can make that happen. That would be really, really cool. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. If I'm still here, of course. Of course, Dyson Dinosaur, yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, would it be possible for someone like me to tag along on some of those excursions to NHL? It's possible, Charlie's Dragon. Shoot me a DM. Yeah, and we'll see. We'll see. As a trusted moderator, you would be welcome. Yeah. And a lurking Gabagool. I love your username. Says friendly Canadian here. Happy birthday. It's not actually my birthday, but thank you, Gabagool. I appreciate you. Sending out birthday wishes to as many as I can today. Have fun and take care. Thank you, Lurking Gabagool. It is the birthday of someone far more important than myself. Mary Anning today, born May 21st, 1799. Mary Anning is often considered the mother of paleontology. She went unrecognized during her lifetime, but now she's finally starting to get the credit that she deserved for her incredible work while she was alive at the very dawn of fossil science. So, yeah. And what about a joint stream at SCP? That'd be very cool, Dyson Dinosaur. I do want to do some asking around to see what will be possible. And technically, just Emma says, what are some things Mary discovered? Oh boy. Here, let's take a look at a video here. That one no longer exists. Okay.
Mary Anning, the woman who helped discover dinosaurs.
And that's not correct. Oh boy. She didn't help discover dinosaurs. She didn't work on dinosaurs. I don't know if she ever saw a dinosaur fossil her whole life. But she worked on plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, pterosaurs, fossil fishes, fossil cephalopods. But not dinosaurs. Come on, BBC. You're better than this, right?
Mary Anning was born into a poor family in Lyme Regis on the south coast of England in 1799. As a child, she loved strolling across the beach and cliffs with her father. He was a cabinet maker who earned extra money by searching for fossils. He taught Mary everything he knew about them. They sold the fossils to tourists on a stall outside their house.
Yep.
But one night, tragedy struck. While walking over the cliffs, her father slipped and fell. His injuries were serious. Weakened from the fall, he died soon after from tuberculosis. His death left the family devastated and in great debt. Their lives became a struggle for survival. To help make ends meet, Mary continued her father's fossil business without him. One day, Mary's brother spotted an unusual skull in the cliffs.
Yep.
12-year-old Mary searched relentlessly for the rest of the fossilized bones and dug them out. She had found the skeleton of a prehistoric reptile, the ichthyosaur.
And this is, of course, they're showing a plesiosaur instead right here.
The bizarre-looking creature was half fish, half lizard.
It's 100% reptile. It's 0% fish and 0%. Well, it's 0% lizard. I guess all reptiles technically are a kind of fish. Like all vertebrate animals they evolved from fish, so they are fish. But anyway, it is 100% fish. I guess so. Jody Fish, yeah. But it's not it's probably not even close to lizards.
Her discovery was evidence of a highly controversial theory at the time: extinction. Many Christians were shocked and confused as to why God would let a species die out.
Yeah.
Mary was noticed by educated geologists who started to come to her for advice. Later, aged 22, Mary discovered the first plesiosaur skeleton. Experts thought her new find was a fake, but eventually she was proven right.
Yep.
Women weren't accepted in the Geological Society in Mary's time, so she wasn't properly credited for her groundbreaking discoveries. Some men even gave lectures introducing her new finds without any mention of the woman who had discovered them.
Yep.
But Mary remained determined. She saved up for a shop to sell her fossils and continued searching for ancient Jurassic creatures. She studied the rocks so carefully that she could even spot coprolites, lumps of fossilized poo. Despite all of this, she was still not well respected in the local community and remained very poor. Things got worse. Her beloved dog, Trey, was killed in a landslide, and she became sick with breast cancer. The medicine she was given made her wobbly. The locals sneered at her, calling her a drunk. Sadly, Mary Anning died aged just 47 in 1846. Only on her deathbed did she begin to get the respect she deserved. The Geological Society of London made her an honorary member and began to write about her life's achievements. Now her outstanding contribution to paleontology is fully recognised, and she is a celebrated woman of science. It's often said that the famous tongue twister, She Sells Seashells on the Seashore, was based on the life of Mary Anning, but it's hard to say for sure. The truth is buried in the sands of time.
Beautiful little video there. Paired with Sand and Stones from Mary Anning's Beach by Anna Humphreys. Very nice. Here's the link to that video right here. It has been said that the tongue twister, She Sells Seashells, by the seashore was written because of Mary Anning, and it seems this is incorrect. That tongue twister seems to actually predate Mary Anning. I think it was probably written before her birth, but she is tied to it in the sense, as I understand it, that like many tongue twisters from back then, it would have fallen into obscurity if it hadn't had a real-life counterpart. So basically, people took this tongue twister, She Sells Seashells by the Seashore. The shells she sells are seashells, I'm sure. They took that, and because there was a real woman who did that, these things kind of dovetailed. And so they used it to describe Mary Anning, and that's why that tongue twister survives to this day. That's one idea anyway. Where's my, what's that? Let's see. The hook on which most of these blogs hung their story was the assertion that Mary Anning was the inspiration for the tongue twister, She Sells Seashells on the seashore? I always heard by the seashore. Most of them even included the tongue twister connection in the title of the blog post, but none of them provide any evidence for their claim. This struck me and several of my folklorist friends from the International Society for Contemporary Legend Research as a cousin to the story that Ring Around the Rosie is related to the plague. As I pointed out in a previous post, it's not related to the plague. Interesting. Like the plague story, the tale of Mary Anning and the tongue twister claims that a fascinating but little-known history lurks behind a folklore item that practically everyone knows. Like the plague story, it's a folk story about a piece of folklore, which is what folklore is sometimes called metafolklore. It's also a folk story that purports to be a truthful account of events in the past. In other words, what we typically call a legend. As such, the tale may tell us more about ourselves than it does about history, and it's likely to tell us a lot. There's a link to this right here. We'll continue. And this is cool, actually, going through these different publications, different blog posts and stuff, citing them here. Claims and evidence. Let's see here. Alright, where's the part where they talk about how it's older than she is? Mary Anning didn't exactly sell seashells or do it on the seashore. Moreover, she lived her entire life in Lyme Regis in the south of England. The first reference to the tongue twister comes from Alexander Melville Bell, father of inventor Alexander Graham Bell, who was native of Edinburgh, Scotland, and still lived there in 1855. This means that, although it's certainly true that anyone might have heard of Mary Anning, there's no obvious connection between her and the early appearances of the tongue twister. Okay, so the connection's even more tenuous than I thought it was, I guess. Anyhow, I can read this whole thing in full later, but, yeah. The story of Mary Anning, while it's inspirational in many ways, doesn't really have a really satisfying ending. After all, Anning died young and got insufficient recognition in her own time. Instead, the Anning story gets its happy ending in the here and now. As Mancini puts it, Anning, long overlooked by her contemporaries, is finally getting her due. The self-taught paleontologist is now a revered figure in paleontology circles. Which brings us back to She Sells Seashells. We want Anning to be famous. Mancini tells us that she's now a revered figure in paleontology circles, but that still isn't the same as being a household word. In other words, even in the present day, she hasn't exactly become a celebrity. I think this is one reason the legend adds the detail of the tongue twister, which does elevate her to the level of a household word. Thanks to She Sells Seashells, it says, Mary Anning has actually had her well-deserved celebrity all along. In the end, even though there's no evidence for it, the legend of Mary Anning inspiring She Sells Seashells is poetic justice in a very literal sense. A woman who deserves fame gets celebrated in a poem so famous we all know it. The legend is also meta-folklore with a delightful twist. It tells us that we've been recognizing the accomplishments of an important and underappreciated woman ever since we were kids, every time we recited that magical little poem. She Sells Seashells by the seashore. So there you go. I hope it doesn't come across as naysaying or going, well, actually, or anything like that when we talk about these things. When I'm doing these streams, the whole point is to try and give you good information, to give you the inside story. Whether it's about paleontology, whether it's about the life of Mary Anning. So I hope it doesn't come across as contrarianism or pedantry, because that's not what I'm intending. Just want to show you what's real, you know? And sometimes reality is a little bit more complex and nuanced than the fun, simple stories that we've all been told. But within that complexity and that nuance, there is a beauty, and I like to think there's joy in finding out what's real. We can still appreciate the tongue twister, She Sells Seashells by the seashore, and we can still associate it with Mary Anning without saying that it's inspired by her life, because there doesn't seem to be evidence for that. It doesn't mean we can't still have fun with it, you know? I hope that makes sense. Anyhow. Happy Mary Anning Day to you too, Sushi Cat. Great to have you here. see what else we got. I do love that. Well, and kind of on this same token. We do have more recognition of Mary Anning in pop culture. Not just for she sells seashells. Here I go messing it up. But there was a film that came out a few years ago. Kind of a dramatization. You could almost call it a romanticization of Mary Anning's life in like a very literal way. Here.
Very lucky.
The new movie is Ammonite, which I've seen, and it's a beautiful film. It's you and Saoirse Ronan and others, but you're the two main characters. And you play a woman named Mary Anning. This is a real person. Who was Mary Anning?
So Mary Anning, she lived from 1799 to about 1847, and she was a woman of scientific brilliance in the world of paleontology. She was self-taught, she was uneducated, very, very working class, from a poverty-stricken background, and she was the unsung hero of fossil discovery. She found the first ichthyosaur when she was only 11 years old. And later on, in her 20s, she found what was then discovered to be the first remains of a pterodactyl. She was also responsible for...
The first one in England, anyway. First one outside of Germany. Kate Winslet might be getting this mixed up with the first plesiosaur ever discovered, which... Pretty sure Mary Anning made that find.
Finding the coprolite, which is fossilized poo.
Sure.
So from that discovery, scientists were able to identify what dinosaurs had eaten. But
not dinosaurs, but fishes, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, etc.
She lived in a world of geology that was dominated by men, and who would buy her finds and claim them as their own discoveries. So that's why I say she was an unsung hero, and it was an enormous privilege to play someone like her. She was a formidable character.
It's a beautiful film, a bit bleak at times. It's the 1840s on the seaside in England. I think before happiness was invented, and your character. And am I giving anything away when I say that you and Saoirse Ronan fall in love? Am I giving anything away?
You're not giving anything away.
Okay. And it's a beautiful, hesitant, eventually passionate love story. But it builds amidst such fear and an unknown between their relationship. But the whole time I'm watching it, as beautiful as it is, I'm thinking, God, that must have been so uncomfortable to have all that seawater on top of all that wool you're wearing. What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, it was, it was all very challenging. I'll be honest. The experience of making the film was very hard. Mary Anning had lived a very harsh life, and yeah, as you say, at times very bleak, and she was isolated. She worked alone. She lived largely alone with this quite difficult, cantankerous mother. And on meeting Saoirse's character, Charlotte Murchison, some gentle joy comes into her life, and it was a real privilege to be able to give Mary, I think, a relationship that felt worthy of her, and to pair her with an equal, with a woman, was just a really wonderful experience. And I had to live a sort of strange, isolated life, though, when I was playing her. Because, when you're an actor, they put you up in hotels and they make it comfortable for you. And I just knew that I couldn't really do that, because I had to do everything I could to sort of be Mary. And I got a bit method. I lived in a little cottage by myself from Monday till Friday on the beach. And it was so isolated and cold and rattly that when there was a big storm, the waves would hit the windows of the house and the power would go down, and I'd lie there thinking, Kate, what are you doing? Just go to the hotel with everybody else.
Club sandwich and an order of fries.
I mean, honestly, like...
Chips in England, yeah.
I would eat this weird soup, and I would, walk around sketching things and trying to live by candlelight. I mean, it was ridiculous, actually. It was ridiculous.
We have a clip here. Do you know what's happening in this clip?
I think this is a clip when this is in the early stages of Charlotte and Mary's romantic relationship beginning, and they're out on the beach, and together they discover a fossil together.
Great, Jim.
Mary, look what's fallen down. The rock thing.
It's too big. Impossible to move.
You're wasting your time.
Well, Kate, it was great to see you again.
Anywho, I can show you a trailer for that film there. There we go.
It was a sea lizard. 6 feet long. Days it took to dig it out, clean it. I was only 11 years old. It's in the British Museum. That one was special.
Miss Annie.
So, I've got mixed feelings about this film. It's a beautiful film. Very well made. I'm so happy that such a talented actor like Kate Winslet is portraying Mary Anning. That's like, it's a real kind of hero's treatment. I love that. It's a little bit frustrating that it's like Hollywoodified, where like they've taken Mary Anning's life and there's kind of an imagined romance. There is a chance that Mary Anning and Charlotte Murchison did have a romantic relationship, but we don't really have direct evidence of that. Not saying there's any direct evidence against it either, but just, you know, it's a little bit, well, it's romanticized, you know? Like, in a very, very literal sense. As a paleontologist, I would have loved to have seen more emphasis on, you know, the fossil science, but that's not necessarily going to make, like, for, this movie was intended to be like a historical period drama romance. And that's exactly what it is. I'm glad it exists. I would have liked a little bit more science in it, but you know, it's not necessarily for me in that respect. And a lot of people really do love this movie, and you know, with good reason.
I've often heard your reputation discussed in the Geographical Society in London.
Is there something you wanted, sir?
My wife, she hasn't been at all well of late. She suffers from melancholia. I want her to walk the shoreline with you, learn from you.
I'm not looking for an apprentice.
I would pay a premium for a private audience.
It's not easy work.
Don't like the water. What is it?
Cheap tourist fodder.
Beautiful.
It pleases me you've struck up a friendship together.
What is it? Something? Nothing? I don't want to go back to the life I had before you. What about my life?
There you go. again, it is really nice to see Mary Anning kind of get the Hollywood hero treatment, at least to a certain extent. So yeah, it's a beautiful film. If you're into that kind of thing, check it out. Sushi cat. Good stuff. Anyway, let's get into some other videos about her right here. I think there was a decent newer one that came out. Here's a... Is this the same one that we saw earlier?
Nothing about her. I had never heard of her until I
There we
went
go.
to the dinosaur museum in Dorchester with my son, who was very small at the time, and there was a display about her in one corner, and I was fascinated immediately by this idea of her being a working class woman who made all these amazing scientific discoveries and kind of held her own amongst all these middle class men who had been Oxbridge educated, and she had had no education, no formal education at all. She's pretty well known in the...
So I think Mary Anning learned to read and write, I want to say in church.
In all the world, there are fewer
holy
than
cow,
40
Murph.
full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that.
Murph just
3 of
gifted
them
5
are
subs.
leading this expedition.
Thank you, Murph, for the 5 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. We are nowhere close to our sub goal for the week yet, but you're getting us a little bit closer, Murph, and I really appreciate it. Happy Mary Anning Day to you, Murph. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Good stuff.
local area, Lyme region.
Oh, I was saying, so Mary Anning, as far as I know, had like almost no formal education. I think she went to Sunday school in church, so that was one of the reasons why she went largely unrecognized during her day, is that not only was she poor, not only was she a woman, but she also was part of a minority religious group. She did not belong to the Church of England. She was not an Anglican. Her family, I think, were Congregationalists, sort of like Quakers almost. I think they were pacifists, and yeah, they had their differences with the English government as well. But I think that's where Mary Anning actually learned to read, was in church, and she may have gone to Sunday school and stuff like that, and that's kind of what that, and following her father on these fossil hunting trips, that's where her interest in science really kind of took off. We haven't even talked about her kind of origin story at the very beginning, too. How she was struck by lightning as a baby, and that, according to the people in her life at the time, that changed her as a person. Like night and day difference after that happened. Nuts. So we'll get to that too later on.
And the Jurassic Coast, people know about her, knew about her.
Through Tracy's book, Remarkable Creatures and things like that, she's becoming more well known to more people. But for a long time, it was really only a local thing. That people
very
didn't know outside of this area,
yeah.
really, quite how important she was.
I suppose it's surprising that she is not more widely known, but after all, she didn't publish anything directly. And so the names...
She wasn't allowed to at the time,
That you see on labels, and indeed on articles about these ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs...
For jumpstart,
have no cause to mention Mary, because they're concerned with the anatomy of the things she found. But as in interest in the history of the development of paleontology, which of course developed here and for which she was a key figure, as that grows, she becomes better known.
She found complete specimens of two big things and one smaller thing. The first was the ichthyosaur second was a plesiosaur, and the third was a pterodactyl. Now, these are all marine reptiles or dinosaurs that we
They're not
know
dinosaurs,
of
but,
now,
yeah.
but they were
Marine reptiles and
completely
pterosaurs.
new then. She worked out what coprolites are. Now, coprolites are basically dinosaur poo. I don't know any other way to say
Fossil
it than
droppings.
that, but she worked
Not
out they were these
necessarily from
odd-looking things they used to call bezoars, and she worked out there were little tiny scales in them, and she thought, somebody's been eating this and then pooing it out, and so she had a brain on her. She wasn't just good at finding things on the beach. She was also ticking over, what could this be? How does this work?
She was a scientist.
There has been a
Even
great
if she wasn't really
increase
allowed to
in
publish.
in interest in the history of science. And it is, after all, something that this country ought to be very proud about, because this is the birthplace of paleontology pretty well. The revelation that there were these enormous monsters in the seas of many hundreds of years ago, millions of years ago, that is a very considerable revelation that astounded people in scientific circles, and it's not easy to find out details of her life. She didn't leave a lot of letters. There are some in which she quite explicitly sorts out some of these chaps who thought they knew what they were talking about, and she explains what the fossils really are. And
so there is one quote that I remember from one of her letters, where she had discovered a fossil, and then she had sold it to a gentleman, and then he went and took this and published on it, but he kind of took a lot of her notes, and he was careful to record what she had said about it, and then he publishes on it and is passing off these discoveries as his own. And so she wrote a letter complaining to, I think, another paleontologist, and saying, like, yes, that this fellow, he has sucked my brains, passed them off as his own, or something like that. But that phrase, sucked my brains, it's one that I've always remembered.
And her perception of what they are is truly remarkable.
They used to send her scientific articles they had written, and after she had been out on the beach all day looking for fossils in her studio cleaning them up.
Not much of a gentleman. There you go,
At
Gulganek,
night,
yeah.
she would sit down and copy these long articles about whatever, about geological stuff, about ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, the stuff that they had written based on what she had discovered.
Paleontology in those days was in its infancy, and so there weren't anything much written to base your deductions on. It was Mary's good sense of anatomy and how bodies worked, and what teeth and vertebrae and ribs, what they meant and what they implied, that she enabled her to make these very clear analyses of what these animals were.
I think Mary Anning had two strikes against her. She was a woman and she was working class. So as a woman...
And she was part of a minority religious group, too.
Nobody expected women to take part in the great scientific revolution. The Geological Society, which is very influential in London, didn't allow women members, so that cut her out of it. So, and her second strike is she was working class, so she never went to school. There was no chance of her, either working class or woman, to go to Oxford or Cambridge and actually study the science to the level she probably could have and should have done. So always it was going to be, she was the hunter, she was the finder, the collector, who would then hand them on to the men who were going to actually study them.
She was breaking the mold, she breaking out of the box and then just doing things that she shouldn't have been doing, at that time, really. So yes, absolutely brilliant and amazing woman.
She left an imprint on the world of science, which is becoming clearer and clearer, and the credit to her has become more and more obvious.
There you go. This is from the Lyme Regis Museum. Which really celebrates Mary Anning and her legacy. Here's Mary Anning's house, which is at the Lyme Regis Museum. please post that. Okay, here, hang on a second.
Well, I knew nothing about her. I had never.
Here's the link there for you, Claire.
Hey.
We're different one. There we go. I'd love to be able to visit here and do a stream from here, if at all possible. We'll see.
Welcome to Lyme Regis Museum at Home project. My name's Sarah Acton and I'm a landscape poet.
And my name is Christine Allison and I'm an artist with a passion for drawing.
And through this project, the Museum at Home, we are going to be looking at a series of our favourite objects in the museum and opening up a conversation about these remarkable objects.
We also hope to inspire you to do some writing, to do some drawing, and actually, more than anything, take some time out for yourself to see Lyme Regis Museum in your own home. Take time out to look at the sky, actually, but also learn something about the objects in the museum. And we've got some ideas of things that you can do at home that are related to that, haven't we, Sarah?
So I'm guessing this is from probably the beginning of COVID, right? This is 4 years ago. Yeah, maybe. They may have shot this video in order to kind of give people something to do while everybody's on lockdown, you know? Good stuff.
We have. So I'll be taking some ideas and themes based around the object.
So let's see if we can find... Let's see... Give me a second here. Story. Do we have any of her fossils or personal effects here? There we go.
Welcome back to Lyme Regis Museum. Now, one of the most fascinating fossils in this museum is an ichthyosaur, where we can see its entire contents of its last meal fossilized in its stomach.
Very cool.
Some of the contents of its stomach are really quite bizarre. They're these tiny, minuscule hooks. But in order to discover which animal they came from...
Some of you might be able to guess what kind of animal they came from already, but some of you are going to be surprised by this. Tiny hooks.
We've got to go a little bit further back to actually have a look at that creature itself. Deep in the Jurassic seas, the ichthyosaurs were fearsome predators, eating all sorts of quite incredible and strange creatures that they came across. One of these creatures was called a belemnite, and this squid-like creature was proliferous in the Jurassic seas. In fact, if you walk across the beaches at Charmouth and Lyme Regis, the belemnite fossils are the ones that are the most likely that you'll walk away with.
Yep.
There's an example of a belemnite fossil here in this drawer. And when we look at it, we can understand why it was such a tasty treat for the ichthyosaur. Belemnites are squid-like creatures with streamlined body shapes. But what's really interesting is at the head of the body, they have these large tentacles which would have reached out to any prey swimming past because these creatures were carnivorous.
So let me see if I can find you... I guess they're not going to show a reconstruction of a belemnite, but these were, again, cephalopods, kind of squid-like animals. There's an interior hard part in there. I guess this is the state fossil of Delaware? Interesting. Yeah. There's a beautiful fossil belemnite right there, and you can see those hooks on the tentacles they use for snaring their prey. Shrimps and little fishes and things like that. And these guys, in turn, were prey to larger animals, such as ichthyosaurs. Mary Anning found... Was it the first ichthyosaur in the world? Or was it the first one in England? I don't quite recall. This is a kind of reptile. These animals swam the seas in the Triassic and Jurassic and early Cretaceous periods. they were remarkably well adapted to life in the water. This is a kind of reptile that did not lay eggs. They gave birth to live young in the water column, which is remarkable to think about. I'll show you a clip from Walking with Dinosaurs. There we go. That's not what we want.
The offspring of others.
There we go. Ichthyosaurs. Jodek B says, this is amazing. Thank you. Pretty darn cool, right? So this is a plesiosaur. Mary Anning also found these guys. That's the voice of Kenneth Branagh right there, King Muttons. Yeah, and it turns out these guys didn't actually go up onto land. So that part is... we now realize is bunk. Anyway. And there's our ichthyosaurs. And now we know this is no longer true. It turns out plesiosaurs also gave birth to live young in the water, as did mosasaurs, we think. But we've known for a long, long time that ichthyosaurs did, too. Here. It's fossils like this that show us that these animals gave birth to live young. So here is a mother ichthyosaur right here, and there is a baby. It's not likely that she died in the process of giving birth. It's much more likely that she died while pregnant, and then during the decay process, the embryo kind of slipped out of the birth canal right there as she was decaying. So while this seems like a snapshot in time, it's probably a bit more gradual than that. Just so you understand. Yeah. And a plesiosaur was also found with an infant inside. Yeah. I streamed that when I was at the Los Angeles Museum in 2021, I think. Yeah, we now know that plesiosaurs also gave birth to live young. Let me see if I can find that real quick. When we were there at the LACM. In Los Angeles. There we go. Let us find that specimen. I know where it is, so I'm looking through this, trying to find when we're walking by it, trying to use my sense of direction here. We're upstairs at this point. It's going to be prior to this, huh? There it is. Plesiosaur over here. So many of you have actually seen me talk about this on stream before. This is a really, really important specimen because it basically proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that these animals gave birth to live young. Right here, so there's the skull right there, there's the neck going up, rib cage, and right here, all these little bones there are from an embryo, a fetus. These animals did not lay eggs, as this specimen shows. They gave birth to live young, which is really cool. They're an aquatic reptile that gave birth to live young. So they could fully devote themselves to life in the sea. They didn't have to have adaptations in order to support their weight on land. If they go up on the shore to lay eggs like turtles, they didn't do that. They could basically just completely devote all of their skeletons, all their morphology, to like a fully aquatic existence. You know, pretty neat. They wouldn't need the kind of adaptations to support their body weight on land. They wouldn't need special skeletal structures to keep their lungs from compressing as they haul themselves onto the beach. They don't need any of that stuff. They could be fully aquatic without any hesitation, without any special considerations for moving around on land. None of the trade-offs that are necessary for supporting their body weight on land. Just be fully marine. Because think about animals that move up, like animals that live in the sea that end up on the beach, like whales. Whales cannot support their own body weight on land. They can't move around on land. They can't do it. These guys were the same. But if you don't have to go on land anymore, you can develop all kinds of really cool, morphologies and adaptations and stuff for like living in the water full time. You don't have to compromise in the same way that things like turtles do. So it's just further proof that plesiosaurs like this are really amazing animals. Truly incredible. Super cool. Yeah. And ichthyosaurs too. Similarly amazing. Los119, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yep. There you go, Weedabixlix, yeah. There we go. Joop. Gotta race to the surface. There we go. Yeah, anyway, cool stuff. Demon Prince wanted to know how much is actually known about the reproduction of these prehistoric water critters. A great deal, actually. How much is inferred from modern fish? None. At least, I can't think of anything that's inferred from modern fish. Again, maybe you tuned in just after we were talking about this, but we literally have fossils of these critters with embryos in their guts, and sometimes embryos coming out of the birth canal like that. So we know that they gave birth to live young, and we know that they gave birth tail first, like you saw in that clip, which is really, really cool. Yeah. Amazing stuff. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah, ichthyosaurs and belemnites.
The tentacles of these belemnites were made out of a chemical called chitin. Now, if this belemnite was unfortunately dinner for an ichthyosaur that was swimming past, quite often what would happen would be that belemnite would be swallowed whole and end up in the stomach of that creature. Because these hooks were made out of this fairly resistant material called chitin, those hooks actually became...
So chitin is the same material that makes up the exoskeletons of arthropods, like insects and crustaceans. So the shell of a crab is made of chitin, that same kind of material that makes up the hooks of belemnites, or the hooks on squid arms. Right here, those hooks right there on the tentacles of, say, colossal squid, as they're going after their Patagonian toothfish prey. Or the beaks of squids, also made of chitin, as I understand it. Yeah.
The lining of the stomach of the creature itself. What's quite remarkable is that Lyme Regis Museum has a specimen of an ichthyosaur with its stomach contents entirely fossilised.
Very cool.
If we look closely at that stomach, we can see tiny, tiny pieces of these tentacle hooks from these belemnites lodged in the stomach lining.
Amazing.
Here's another example of the fossilised internal organs of an ichthyosaur. These brown tubular-like structures are actually the fossilised intestines. It's extraordinary to think that we can see what this creature had for dinner 200 million years later. So the next time you're devouring your fast food, have a think back to our poor ichthyosaur who was fossilised with his entire stomach contents preserved.
And thank you, Galrox. 226 bits
That's a
for
lot of
Mary
birthdays
Anning's
for one person.
for Mary Anning's 226th birthday. Thank you, Galrox. Appreciate you kindly. Good stuff.
Imagine what your stomach might look like in 200 million years' time.
Yeah, good stuff. I'm hoping to visit the Lyme Regis Museum in November of this year. We'll see if I get the chance to. Let's take a look at another video featuring some of Mary Anning's fossil finds.
About her. I had never...
And this is not the right one. Hang on a second. Let's see here. That's it.
Today I'm in the Natural History Museum in London, and this is one of London's most celebrated museums. It's housed in this beautiful building which was inspired by the medieval Romanesque style, so it's often described as this great cathedral to nature. And in this room it's an amazing display of fossil marine reptiles, and these have been collected by various people over the years, including a lady called Mary Anning. Now, Mary Anning is one of my favourite figures from British history. She was born in 1799.
In fact, on this very day in 1799, May 21st.
And what I love about her is that she was very low-key. She would step out from her house in Lyme Regis.
Wait, what does that mean? She was very low-key. When I hear the phrase low-key, I think subtle or marginal. I'm not... Does that mean something different in British slang? Chill or laid back, says Lenny. Yeah, I guess.
What I love about her is that she was very low-key. She would step out from her house in Lyme Regis, which is on the south coast of England, and
Papey says, yeah, obscure. Interesting. That's not what I would... Huh. Yeah. Just quiet, you know, unassuming. She was relaxed, says Alda King. That's kind of what I associate it with. You know, casual, you know, not too serious, relaxed. I don't think that was the intended meaning there.
She would step out from her house in Lyme Regis. What I love about her is that she was very low-key. She would step out from her house in Lyme Regis, which was on the south coast of England, and despite coming from very humble origins, she didn't really have any money. Despite having no university education or connections, she made a remarkable contribution to the world of science. She took a long and considered and careful look at the natural world around her, and by doing this, she made some of the most incredible discoveries, including, for example, this skeleton behind me. This
Look
is
at
an
that
ichthyosaur,
Oh, man.
and it is one of the most complete Lower Jurassic ichthyosaurs known. It is around 200 million years old, and
It's that old? Shoot. So this would be about the same age as our fossils we were digging in St. George, Utah. From around the same time.
quite amazing to think about Mary stepping out on those shores of Lyme Regis and discovering such a strange creature as this. And of course, this was in the early 19th century, so it was years before Charles Darwin's theories of evolution had been accepted. So when Mary was discovering these, she really was making a massive contribution to science, changing the narrative, provoking conversations. And learned men from London would come down to Lyme Regis to learn from Mary, even as a very young woman. Now, I find her story incredibly inspiring, and I've written all about Mary in my new book, 18, A History of Britain in 18 Young Lives. There are plenty of signed copies available from places like Waterstones or Blackwell's, and I really hope this inspires you to learn more about Mary Anning, but also encourage you to come and visit places like Lyme Regis, where Mary Anning lived, or even come to the beautiful Natural History Museum in London, which, quite incredibly, is free for all to visit. Enjoy.
Nice. Very nice. Beautiful.
We've got a
Steely Dan.
70 million year old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved.
Happy Mother's Day.
It's Mary Anning Day today in Steely Dan. Thank you for the 20 months of support. I appreciate you. It's good to have you here. Today, of course, we are celebrating the mother of paleontology.
Glue is cheap.
Mary Anning. Someone who is universally beloved by paleontologists the world over. I'm really hoping I get a chance to visit her hometown when I'm in England in November. We'll have to see about that. There's so much to organize. But yeah, can't wait. Can't wait. We're celebrating Mary Anning today. Her life, her discoveries, her legacy. One of the most profoundly influential pioneers in early paleontology. Mary Anning's... She's very well known today, universally celebrated. Not so during her lifetime. It's only now that she's really getting her due credit for what she achieved. Let's take a look at this little video about her.
A moment from prehistoric time.
Payne Haynes, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
One of the most remarkable people in the history of paleontology is Mary Anning.
Absolutely.
We have a special display on her because her position in the...
This is a nice cast that they have. I wonder if it's probably like hollow plastic. You wouldn't be holding a... You know, this thing would probably weigh well over 100 pounds if it were the actual fossil right here. So this is an exact copy of the real thing, probably cast in hollow resin, I'm guessing.
Display on her because her position in the discovery of prehistoric monsters is just without equal. She was born in 1799 in a small town called Lyme Regis on the south coast of England, in Dorset. And when she was only 12 years old, she and her brother found the first ichthyosaur. She didn't get credit for it, however, because back then, women weren't allowed to be members of scientific societies. But she would send her finds to leading scientists, and they would write them up. And she often complained that they would add a little. And then when she read the paper that they published on it, she would write to her friends, well, they added that, they exaggerated a little bit in exactly what was found. She was very meticulous, very scientific, and very precise. Her family was very poor. They were actually collecting fossils because they were trying to sell them to get food. She would collect fossils along the seashore near Lyme Regis, and she had a little stand in town where she would put the fossils out and people would buy them. And in fact, Mary Anning is the person that is the inspiration for the rhyme, "She sells seashells by the seashore."
Probably not, but that's okay.
She lived in poverty her whole life. Her father died early. She and her mother could not make ends meet. Several times the scientists, although they didn't give her credit in the scientific journals when they published her work, they often came to her aid. And William Buckland went to the...
Later on in her life, they did come to her aid. I think she was friends with William Buckland, who worked on Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus is named after William Buckland. He originally described that animal, and he didn't give it a species name. Later on, it was named Megalosaurus bucklandi in his honor.
Government and said, you need to give Mary Anning a pension because she has contributed more to the discovery of these animals than anyone else, and the government did. They gave her a pension. In addition to the ichthyosaur, which she and her brother found the first one, she has a number of firsts. She found the first plesiosaur, which is a long-necked marine animal, and she also found the first pterosaur ever found in England. It's called the Dimorphodon macronix. She was first to discover the plesiosaur, first to discover the ichthyosaur. She was a groundbreaking, highly productive paleontologist and one of the great early female scientists of all time.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Here's a link to that video right here. Saw this one. There we go. Let's take a look at her ichthyosaur here.
Okay, so this is probably one of the most, if not the most famous ichthyosaur fossil in the world. This is the first ichthyosaur discovered and described by scientists.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our treat here on Twitch.
Anyhow, happy birthday.
Thank you, Ariana Celestine. I really appreciate those 500 bits. Thank you very, very much. It's not my birthday, though. It's the birthday of somebody far more important and influential, Mary Anning, who was born on this very day in 1799. We're celebrating her life and legacy today. So a huge happy birthday to Mary Anning, who brought this to the light of science. In the early 1800s.
Found by Mary Anning and her brother Joseph when they were children, so around 11, 12 years old in the early 1800s. And it really marked the beginning of Mary Anning's career, because of course she went on to discover many other firsts in this country. The first plesiosaur ever described by science, the first flying reptile outside of Germany, so Dimorphodon, lots of different species of fish. And of course her well-developed relationship with the science, her own theories, her working with the scientists of the day, all of that started with this specimen. And one of the reasons I think it's really special coming here to see these things is that we talk about Mary Anning on the coast a lot, and of course her story is cherished because she was a local. She grew up in Lyme Regis. She's one of the first and greatest collectors that ever lived, contributing to the science and marking the Jurassic Coast as one of the birthplaces of paleontology. But you know, you look at these specimens and scientifically they're remarkable, but this woman that lived nearly 200 years ago, she physically held this, she touched this. She had a physical, intellectual and emotional relationship with this object in this case, which I am only a few centimetres from. And that's really quite electric. I mean, we want to try and connect with these people of the past, these people that brought alive Earth history for us to enjoy. And, you know, that those vibrations are still here, I believe. You know, they're still in these objects, that human connection to our ancestors, but also to that deep history of the world.
That's beautiful. I love that. Oh man. So that is Sam Scriven, the Jurassic Coast Trust's head of conservation and heritage. Here is a link right there. Here, I want to leave a comment here. Beautifully said. I appreciate the insight and the passion. I hope to see this specimen in person later this year as the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting will be held in the UK. Cheers! Oh, here. No. Well done, I'm gonna say. Cheers sounds too British. I don't want to be, yeah, don't want to sound like I'm, making fun. Italians and Indians. Yes, quite. How many UK chatters do we have right now? Let's take a gander. Using our little flag counter thing. Hang on a second. Whoop, uh-oh. We're getting infinite regrets. All right. It says 4. I don't think that's true. Because if this were correct, this would give us a total of like 22 viewers, which is less than a tenth of what OBS is telling me right now. But anyway, yeah. 4 or 5 a.m. for Greenwich time? Yeah, true. Fair. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. There we go. Speaking of the NHM, this is the Mary Anning Fossil Hall at the NHM, named after Mary Anning.
Hi guys, and welcome to episode 2 of Curiosities of the Natural History Museum, and I'm here in the wonderful Fossil Way. Now this huge hall is loaded with floor-to-ceiling specimens of incredible marine reptiles, many of which were found by a lady called Mary Anning and her brother
really?
and father, I believe.
Enlightened Tight. Seriously, you work at the NHM or you work in London? Super cool.
So Mary Anning was a pioneering paleontologist of her time, so she was the first professional fossil hunter. So her work is still studied today and the specimens she's found are still on display. But she did this in a time that was unheard of. So women had little to no education in that time, let alone ran their own business. Mary Anning did all of that, even with everything up against her. So a lot of the time her specimens were sold off to male scientists. She wasn't given credit for what she found, but she was an amazing scientist herself who kept record and note of all of these discoveries, and we can still see that work today. So these 2 specimens are of ichthyosaurs of the species Temnodontosaurus. Now,
oh, Enlightened Tight. Sorry, I never checked the Discord. I'm sorry. Yeah, honestly, the best way to reach me is to email me, paleontologizing@gmail.com. I will need to get better at Discord soon. I'm working on it. There's just a lot going on.
Now, this one in particular was found by Mary Anning and her brother in the early 19th century. So it's about a metre-long skull, and it shows you just how large these creatures could get to. So this is just the jaw, and I mean, if you look at it, they are razor-sharp teeth that resemble that of fish and lizards, and that's how they actually get their name ichthyosaur. It translates literally to fish lizard. And if we move on to this eye area, it almost looks like a pineapple slice. But what's amazing about this is it's the largest eye of any predator out there.
So this is what we call the sclerotic ossicles. That might seem odd to some people, but really the odd thing is to not have this. Most vertebrate animals, most animals with bones, have bones in their eyeballs too, or in their orbit at least. The sclerotic ossicles are the, there we go, the ring of bone that is either within the eyeball itself or kind of holds the eyeball in place in the eye socket. So we have this in various fishes, both bony fishes and ray-finned fishes. We have it in different species of bird and other species of reptile, like this monitor lizard right here. The only vertebrates that don't seem to have this are crocodiles, for whatever reason. Crocs don't have it today. Not sure why, but they don't. And, do turtles have it? But mammals don't have it either. The turtles have sclerotic ossicles, or the sclerotic ring. Skeletons of the eye, an evolutionary and developmental perspective. Let's see here. Some sharks have calcified cartilage plates. I think turtles do. Turtle skull. You don't often see it in like reproductions of turtle skulls. I just printed a leatherback turtle skull the other day. Finished this on Sunday. Life-size leatherback turtle skull, and no sclerotic ossicles in there. Do turtles have them? Here we go. Including turtles and birds. Yeah, okay. Turtles do have them, I guess. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe so crocs can withdraw their eyes? Could be misanthrope. That's an interesting idea. Actually, come to think of it, I don't know if amphibians... Do amphibians, salamanders, frogs, etc., they often have pretty minimal skeletons. Did they have sclerotic ossicles? Scleral ring. Some species of mammals, amphibians, and crocodilians lack scleral rings. Okay, yeah. And here we go. Getting back to our ichthyosaurs here, because ichthyosaurs have some of the most astonishing scleral rings you'll see anywhere. The most commonly asked question about these bones is about their function. In the 1950s, an observation was made that sclerotic rings were particularly well developed in the eyes of animals that were not spherical. So if you don't have perfectly spherical eyes, if your eyes are kind of oblong in shape, then that might help them to maintain that shape. So it is believed that the ring helps keep the eyes in shape, at least in some animals. Ichthyosaurs had very flattened eyeballs, so it could well be that the sclerotic ring was useful in keeping the eyeballs in shape. So I think we've got a clip here, potentially. There we go. Again, from Walking with Dinosaurs. So the name Ophthalmosaurus means eye lizard or eye reptile because, man, do they have some big honking eyes on them. Holy moly. Ophthalmosaurus. Just a bonkers eye. Like, it takes up the vast majority, like, huge portion of the skull right there. Just nutso. Look how big that is, you know? So same root word as an ophthalmologist, like an eye doctor. Ophthalmosaurus, the eye lizard or eye reptile. Good night to you, Becca Patemore. Thanks for being here. Get those squid. Nice. There you go, Crimson Carnotaurus. Anywho, there's another reason why shape keeping might be necessary for ichthyosaurian eyes. When a fish-shaped object moves forward in the water, some part of it is pushed by the surrounding water while the other parts are pulled. It is usually the front part of the fish that is pushed most strongly, and there's no pull or push near the eye area, figure below. As you go further posteriorly, the force changes to pulling by the opercular area. So the fish eye is located in a safe spot. In Ichthyosaurus, however, the eyes are disproportionately large. It is expected that the anterior part of their eyeball, the front part, would be pushed, while the posterior part is pulled just by swimming. So it is probably beneficial to have a bony structure in the eyeball to keep it shape. This applies regardless of the water depth. So again, having these big sclerotic ossicles in there, this big bony ring in the eyeball, would help the eyeball from getting squished too much by water as they're pushing through the water. You know? If you're swimming really fast, you're trying to cut through the water, there's going to be a lot of pushback from that water, you know? So having bones in your eye, instead of just a soft jelly that can be pressured by the water, having a rigid structure in there can help your eye maintain its shape so you can see where you're going when you're swimming so fast. Makes sense, right? It's cool stuff. Here is a link. Thank you to Wayback Machine for preserving this. This is from the UCMP website, which is really neat. You can appreciate how big the eyes are in ichthyosaurs by comparing eye sizes among animals. See the figure below for an example. So, in humans and dolphins, we've got an eye like that. Relative eye size, bigger eye for a horse or an elephant. Horses, their eyes are about the same size as elephant eyes, despite being smaller than elephants, which is interesting. A blue whale has got an even larger eye. This is one of the largest animals that's ever lived. Ophthalmosaurus has got an eye bigger than a blue whale, despite being smaller than a horse. Interesting to think about, right? And of course, in giant squid, the eyes are even larger, but giant squid are much bigger than Ophthalmosaurus. Temnodontosaurus, another ichthyosaur, you've got even bigger eyes, though. It is thought that the animals with the biggest eyes that have ever lived were ichthyosaurs. Critters like Temnodontosaurus. Or maybe even one of the big, like, Shonosaurs. But yeah, anyway, Temnodontosaurus was big. Several species of them as I understand it, got huge. They're like whale-sized, essentially. And they had enormous eyes. Yeah. Anywho. And Dinah Wolf says, would that bone be covered by eyeball or muscle tissue? Yeah. Essentially, the eyeball there is, the eyeball covers that bone. So the bone is embedded in the eyeball, as I understand it. It could be that the optic nerve actually runs through the hole in the middle. And so it's not like the eyeball would have covered the entire thing. I don't think so. I know there are ways to estimate eye size if you have the sclerotic ring, but I don't know exactly how it works. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Kettle Cook says, is it the deeper in the ocean, the larger the eye to see in the dark? To a certain extent, yeah, that's part of it, Kettle Cook. You know, critters like blue whales don't necessarily dive all that deep. Not as deep as giant squid, or even leatherback turtles, or some of the other really deep diving marine mammals like elephant seals or beaked whales. They're some of the deepest divers. They dive deeper than blue whales do, as I understand it. Some of the ichthyosaurs may have been very, very deep divers as well. So it's, I don't know, it's interesting to think about, you know? Yeah. So again, we got off on that tangent because of this right here. Really cool.
Record and note of all of these discoveries, and we can still see that work today. So these two specimens are of ichthyosaurs of the species Temnodontosaurus.
Sperm whales too, yes.
This one in particular was found
absolutely.
by Mary Anning and her brother in the early 19th century. So it's about a meter-long skull, and it shows you just how large these creatures could get to. So this is just the jaw, and I mean, if you look at it, they are razor-sharp teeth that resemble that of fish and lizards, and that's how they actually get their name ichthyosaur. It translates literally to fish lizard. And if we move on to
Oh, hang on a sec.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Oh, thank you, thank you. We've got a gift sub to Mayor of Space, very much deserved, from...
Paleontologizing gifted a tier 1 sub to the _mayor _ of _space.
Okay. Enjoy Mayor Space. I appreciate you.
this eye area, it almost looks like a pineapple slice. But what's amazing about this is it's the largest eye of any predator out there. And around the eye is these bony plates, and what that allows is for the ichthyosaur to still be able to see very well in extreme depths and also darkness. So this is a very kind of scary but amazing part of this predator. And if we then go along, we can see some of the neck bones and vertebrae.
Dotted eyes and
get an
crossed
idea
seas.
of
I like that
just
end of
how
the
large
video.
this creature was swimming around in the Jurassic seas.
Very cool. And they got significantly larger than this too.
Being a meter long suggests that the entire creature would have been over 10 meters. And
Yeah.
that doesn't necessarily mean that's how big all of them were. They could have been even larger than that. Now, this specimen in particular was sold to a gentleman called Mr. Henley, and then he very kindly gave it to the Bullocks Museum. It was later auctioned to the British Museum, and then it miraculously got lost and suddenly turned up here when the South Kensington Natural History Museum opened up its stores in 1881. But as you can see, it's very safely on display and well looked after, so I'm glad it was finally found. So this specimen in particular actually confused a lot of scientists and paleontologists at the time. So Mary Anning, even though she found it with her brother, they weren't included in the talks here. So these scientists who were looking at it almost thought it was fake because they just couldn't understand how it could be part fish, part lizard, and eventually it got the name ichthyosaur because of just that. But it was something completely new, and these were one of the first ever complete ichthyosaurs found. So this is...
So what's interesting is that some of the gentlemen naturalists of the day said, oh, this must be some kind of crocodile that has found its way into the rocks. Or it's a kind of bizarre fish, or something like that. This concept that there could be species that have gone extinct was still a really new idea, and a lot of people didn't want to accept that. A lot of folks were vehemently against this concept, that whole races of living things, that entire species could blink out of existence. This was too challenging a concept for some people, including many of the gentleman naturalists of the day. But Mary Anning, you know, she saw that this was not a crocodile or a fish. You know, she would call it a sea lizard or a sea dragon or, you know, something like that. They didn't really have terminology for this kind of thing until the name ichthyosaur was coined. But, yeah, you got to think outside the box sometimes, says Spade Bait. It's true. Yeah. And Mayor Space says, surely they'd heard of platypus before. I don't know when the platypus was first described, actually. Oncorhynchus? No, Oncorhynchus is a salmon. What am I saying? Ornithorhynchus. Ugh. Ornithorhynchus. There we go. Platypus. First described 1800. Okay. So just a year after Mary Anning was first born. So yeah, I guess people at the time would have been familiar with the platypus. The gentleman naturalists of the day would have been familiar with the platypus if they were keeping up with the literature.
One orientation of the fossil, and obviously fossils don't always die in the exact same way, and they can move after they, you know, fall to the base of the seafloor. So if we come up here, we can see another orientation of this ichthyosaur.
An interesting orientation. I didn't hear about that.
What's spectacular about this one is you can actually see ammonite fossils on top of it. So these.
So here, let's go back a titch. We'll return to this, but the taxonomy of ichthyosaurs has been long debated, as with a lot of other marine reptiles for the Mesozoic. Euryapsida was a proposed. Okay, so here, let's take a step back even from that. Anapsid, diapsid, synapsid, euryapsid. Here we go. So a way to classify amniotes is based on the number of holes in the back of their skull. So let me go grab my Dimetrodon skull. This, good folks, is the skull of Dimetrodon. It's my 3D printed Dimetrodon skull here. This is essentially on the way to mammals. So this animal is more closely related to you and me than it is to something like a dinosaur or a bird or something like that. Dimetrodon. Here we go. That's pretty decent Dimetrodon there. Yeah, I like this depiction right here. That's really nice. So this is essentially like a proto-mammal. It's a synapsid, so it's on the branch of the amniote family tree that's going toward mammals. The true mammals would come later. But this guy here is, think of it as a weird mammal grandparent, you know? It's nowhere close to dinosaurs. Nowhere close to dinosaurs. It's essentially an ancestral mammal. Dimetrodon. Such a cool animal. You look at the skull, and it's got one postorbital fenestra here. Animals called diapsids, which are many of the reptiles, things like lizards, crocodiles, and then dinosaurs and birds. They've got two holes here in the back. Two, I guess you could call them postorbital fenestrae if we want to get loosey-goosey with it. So anapsids, no hole in the back of the skull. Synapsids have one, like you see here in Dimetrodon. So this is the orbit, eye socket, and there's one hole behind the eye socket. It would help if I had like a big, goofy, googly eye I could put in there, huh? I should do that for next time. And then you have diapsids, like dinosaurs, crocodiles, their relatives. They've got two holes in the back. Now, with an ichthyosaur skull, like our Ophthalmosaurus, shoot, they've got none. What's going on with that? Look at that, no holes in the back. And so for using this no holes, one hole, two holes approach, then what's the deal? Well, it turns out this is kind of tricky and it can mislead you. Anapsid, that's a term for, we used to apply that to like turtles and stuff, but it turns out turtles are probably a kind of diapsid. They're probably related to crocodiles. We're still kind of figuring it out, but DNA seems to show that they're probably closest to crocodiles of all the living reptiles. So yeah, with ichthyosaurs, it gets tricky. There's a term that was come up with to help explain this, figure it out. Euryapsid. That's a term that here, Euryapsida. Let's get Wikipedia's take on it. It's a polyphyletic group, so it's not actually like a true evolutionary group. It's just a grouping of convenience. Yeah, distinguished by a single temporal fenestra, an opening behind the orbit, which under which the postorbital and squamosal bones articulate. So yeah, there were different groups of critters that were lumped together into Euryapsida. Yeah. So mesosaurs, squamates, like lizards. Wait, hang on. Anywho, ichthyosaurs have been tossed into this group before, but it turns out it's probably not actually a real group. Not a real group, meaning that these animals aren't actually that closely related to each other. It's like almost a false grouping for convenience sake that researchers came up with, not reflecting their real relationships. So yeah. Multiple holes in the steering going into that, yeah. And Claire says, was that bone as dense as mammalian or more like reptile and bird? So for ichthyosaurs, some of them exhibit what we call pachystosis. Might even be in here. We can do a Control F for... Yeah, there we go. Oh, maybe they don't have pachystosis. Okay. In 1973, Chris McGowan concluded that because ichthyosaurs have a reverse tail-fin asymmetry compared to sharks, they were apparently positively buoyant, lighter than water, which would be confirmed by their lack of gastroliths and of pachystosis or dense bone. Wait, this is worded in a confusing way. Are they saying there's a lack of pachystosis? Or that there is pachystosis? I don't know. We're getting an AI overview here, which I'm inclined to think the opposite of what it says, so that very well might be wrong. I'm not sure. It could also be picking that up from Wikipedia and misinterpreting it, so I'm not totally sure. Yeah. And of meaning lack of both, says Mayor Space. Maybe it feels ambiguous to me though. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to this video here.
So if we come up here we can see another orientation of this ichthyosaur. Now this is the same species, but what's spectacular about this one is you can actually see ammonite fossils on top of it. So these would have died and fallen to the base of the seafloor and just settled on top, and that's why we can see their imprint across the bones here. So here's a portrait of Mary Anning herself holding her hammer but wearing traditional dress, which I just think is fantastic. Then above this plaque is a cast of a pliosaur. Now Mary Anning didn't find this, even though it looks like she did with the location of the plaque, so don't get confused if you do visit the museum. But this cast is based off of a specimen that was found at a Yorkshire mine a year after her death in 1848. Now, it was displayed by the mine owner for a few years before it was gifted to Philip Crampton, who arranged for it to be displayed in Dublin in 1853 during the British Association for Advancements of Science meeting. Now, it remained in Dublin for nearly a decade.
What's neat is that, you know, at nighttime when they turn off the lights, it comes to life and swims around when the hall fills with water.
However, eventually there was increasing concern that the structure protecting the fossil wasn't doing a very good job anymore, so it was then relocated to the Royal Dublin Society Museum. It was here that it could be scientifically studied, and also for Henry Ward to take the cast that he then would sell on. Now these casts would fetch around $150 fully painted.
Wow, holy cow. That seems really cheap. By today's standards.
Now that was in 1866, so you can imagine that in today's world these would now be worth quite a few thousand. Now only 5 casts survive today, and most are hidden away. However, the one in the History Museum of London, you can see it's the main object of the fossil where you cannot miss it. It is humongous, and you can even touch it. It's the one specimen that's not protected by glass. So the real bones of this specimen have been located, and we can see in this wonderful footage that Dr. Dean Lomax took at the National Museum of Ireland that they are in pieces. Now this is because in 1877 the Royal Dublin Society Museum was incorporated into the National Museum of Ireland. And there was then, you know, collections were being moved over the next few decades, and in order to move this specimen, it was broken up with sledgehammers for ease. And so it's one of those that hopefully in time it'll be pieced back together, and the original spectacular pliosaur found in Yorkshire can be put back on display in one of the wonderful museums. But for now, you can go and see a wonderful cast of it in the London Natural History Museum, and other casts can be found. I believe there is one in the Smithsonian Museum that went on display, so you can see them dotted around, and in themselves they are a wonderful piece of history. So let's now move on to Mary Anning's first plesiosaur fossil.
Yeah, again, this is the one that we have figured here. Hopefully you can see it. You can see like the outlines of it right there. But that's the illustration that Mary Anning made of it. I think maybe using fossil belemnite ink.
That she's found. Now here we can see her initial sketch that she did put into a letter to actually announce the discovery of this new fossil animal. Now we can see from this sketch that it very closely resembles the actual fossil itself. So we can now see here the specimen of the fossil that is on display at the London Natural History Museum. And you can see her detail in this sketch, and she's put notes with it as well to really like announce and explain what she's found. Because Mary Anning, she had a limited education and she was self-taught with a lot of what she knew. Now she had limited exposure to books and literature, and a lot of it was, you know, handed down to her or borrowed. And this is how she got a really complex education.
Is using sledgehammers to break apart fossils the norm? I wouldn't say it is, no. It sounds so aggressive. I agree.
Of fossil reptiles. She would also dissect modern animals, including both fish and cuttlefish, to get that better understanding of the anatomy of the fossils that she was finding. Now this is incredible work to be so self-taught in a time that there was just no formal education for these women, and she became so highly recognized for her knowledge that even in an age where women weren't respected for, you know, their academia or their work in science, she still was making a reputation, and her fossil shop itself was getting a reputation. So if she was a man, she may have made even greater moves, but considering the time she was in, I think it's extremely impressive that we're still stood here chatting about her today.
Absolutely.
That's what we've got for you in today's episode, but we're going to now head to a very fun department that I'm sure a lot of...
Anywho, That's why we're talking about Mary Anning to this day on the 226th anniversary of her birth, May 21st, 1799. She's just such an incredible figure from the early history of paleontology. And more like, if society were different, she might have been able to. I like that better, PP, yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And Polyot, happy Wednesday to you too, and happy Mary Anning Day to you. Glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Kettle Cook says, do you think that because she had to carve out a new type of life for herself as a woman at that time, it allowed her to think differently, to recognize that the fossils were something new? That might have had something to do with it, but I think she was just really clever, you know? She had a tremendous amount of experience in ways that the gentlemen naturalists of the day did not have. She would go out and walk the beaches every single day. She would collect specimens all the time. She ate, lived, and breathed this stuff. And I think that's where her expertise came from. That's what set her apart. That's what gave her these insights, is that she was doing the stuff in ways that the gentlemen naturalists, for whom this is basically a hobby, they didn't have that kind of exposure to the actual fossils. They weren't there climbing the outcrop, looking at the rocks. She was. She was there with her boots on the ground, actually seeing and touching and feeling and immersing herself in this. That's how she came to know so much about it. She's fully immersed in the subject matter. So even though she didn't have access necessarily to the scientific journals, to the papers being written on some of these fossils elsewhere in England, she had that hard-won knowledge because she figured this stuff out on her own. Because that was her life, you know? Yeah. And it was that lightning strike. Yeah, let's talk about that, Scorch Hellfire. Your username kind of works perfectly with this. Where was that video? Wasn't there I want to say there was like a history guy video about her, and I don't know where it is now. It disappeared. Try this. And wait, a lightning strike? Yes. So Mary Anning was struck by lightning as a baby, and the people around her said that fundamentally changed who she was as a person. Where before she had been just like a sickly, restless baby, not particularly well. After she was struck by lightning, it was like her personality changed. Suddenly she was bright and curious, and yeah, it's almost like the origin story for some sort of goofy superhero thing, except it was real, except it happened, you know? They might talk about it in this video, or maybe not. We'll see. Lightning activated neurodivergences, Ken. It's a possibility. It's good to see you, Ken. I heard regional GSA went really well. I heard talking to Ethan this morning on the phone. He said your talk went really well, Ken. Congratulations. Excited to see you in the field in a little over a week now.
Picture yourself back, the 1800s, and Mary Anning has become well known in her town of Lyme Regis as the Seashell Lady. But she knows better than most people that what she's finding here are not...
Hang on. I know that design right there. Here, hang on a second. Ken shows up here in the chat, and suddenly it's Wyoming stuff, left and right. This is from the Tate Geological Museum at Casper College in Casper, Wyoming. Good stuff. Ken, you've probably got one of these shirts too, right? Yeah. I have summoned Wyoming, says Ken. Yes, Wyoming's native son. It's good to have you here, Ken.
Seashells,
as always.
Relics, ancient animals from millions of years ago.
Mary Anning was a self-educated expert paleontologist who is often described as the best fossil hunter who has ever lived. She was born in Lyme Regis in 1799 and spent her life recovering the fossilised remains of Jurassic sea creatures from the local cliffs and beaches. Mary is credited with discovering many amazing specimens, including the first ichthyosaur to be described by science, and the first two near complete plesiosaur skeletons as well. Some of her finds are still on display at the Natural History Museum in London.
Now, Mary's life would have been an incredible tale of hard work and perseverance, trying to get her incredible discoveries acknowledged. And for the most part, her incredible discoveries were acknowledged, but not to her credit.
Thankfully today, Mary's achievements are widely recognised, but her contributions to paleontology goes beyond the fossils she found. Mary's become an important role model, and her story continues to inspire people around the world. I invited some friends to explain what Mary means to them.
I'm Emma from MGEMS, and I'm a geologist currently studying for my master's in geoconservation.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Vollmer, and I work at the Idaho Virtualization Laboratory at the Idaho Museum of Natural History.
Hi, I'm Ashley Hall, Outreach Program
Ashley Hall.
at Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana, and Mary Anning is my favorite paleontologist.
Mary Anning, she was a pioneering paleontologist of her time. Now, her time was the 18th and 19th century, but she's still incredibly relevant today due to her amazing scientific discoveries.
Mary got her start by going fossil collecting with her father, who was actually selling these fossils to help support his family. Sadly, he tragically passed away and left their family with no breadwinner. So Mary decided that she would take it upon herself to help provide for the family.
Mary Anning is and always will be one of the world's greatest paleontologists.
In the 18th and 19th century, I'm sure you guys can appreciate that wasn't the best time for a woman, let alone a woman who wanted to be educated, run her own business, and make key scientific discoveries.
And a woman who was very much working class. I mean, let's not forget about that part of it too. Mary Anning had to work for a living, like work her fingers to the bone in order to make ends meet. And it was not easy. It would have been a lot easier if you know, she had some inherited wealth or something like that. She absolutely did not.
Subject that was extremely male dominated for a long time.
So she went fossil collecting and found some very amazing things. It was quite a passion for her. While exploring the Jurassic coast, Mary Anning found the first plesiosaur.
As a woman in paleontology, Mary Anning has always been an incredibly important figure in my life, and she's always kind of been the little figure or like the little bird in my ear that just says, keep going.
She was an incredible lady, and you know, the idea that she collected these, prepped these, made the notes on them, is just remarkable. And for me as a young girl who was aspiring to be a geologist of some sort, to find out about someone like Mary Anning, who anything thrown her way, she overcame it. You know, any obstacle, any limitation, she just kept going.
She paved the way for women in paleontology. She was one of the first paleontologists ever to actually be studying these things, writing them down, and making observations about these incredible fossils.
Poverty, not being accepted into the Geological Society of London just because she was a woman, all of these things. She died of breast cancer. You know, all of these struggles in life that she faced are things that we still deal with today.
And it's just amazing to kind of see that, you know, where she was centuries ago and how it has still played a really important role in where we are today in the world of paleontology.
And being a woman in paleontology was hard enough then, and we're still facing repercussions of sexism and toxicity.
Still a lot of
Mary Anning
pervasive problems.
reminds
It's
us
true.
of where we have come and the struggles we have faced in paleontology over the past 200 years. I love the fact that we, as a society, as women in paleontology, have that figure to look up to.
Today, Mary continues to inspire women of all ages in paleontology, including the next generation of scientists as well.
Hi, I'm Jude. Mary Anning didn't go to school, so she learned to read and write herself.
I love that she not only has a Mary Anning t-shirt right here, and an ammonite, like, knit plush. That's so cool. But presumably this is a Mary Anning illustration that she made. There's Mary Anning, there's an ammonite fossil, there's her dog Trey. This is great.
Mary found lots of amazing fossils, including ammonites, ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, and pterodactylus. But the boys took all the credit for Mary's work.
Yeah.
This is because Mary Anning was a girl, and girls at that time girls were not allowed to be paleontologists. I like Mary Anning because she was a girl, she still was a paleontologist. She didn't go to school. She still was a paleontologist.
Yeah.
The boys took the credit for her work. She still was a paleontologist. I'm curious. I like to learn about fossils. I can't wait to be a paleontologist just like Mary Anning was.
All right. Beautiful. Good stuff. Here is a link to that video right there. Give it a thumbs up as well. Only 12 likes on that? Let's get those numbers up there a little bit higher. And I'm also going to subscribe to the Jurassic Coast Trust official YouTube page here. Good stuff. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a video about Mary Anning's earliest origins, when she was struck by lightning as an infant. I bet you it's in this book, though. I was going to look at Wikipedia, but let's go to a published book instead. I was recommending this book just yesterday. Came out last year. Excellent stuff. Impossible Monsters by Michael Taylor. This is about the early history of paleontology, kind of leading up to the discovery of dinosaurs. We've got Mary Anning. We've got the concept of extinction. We've got all of that. And here again is that one of those illustrations by Henry de la Beche. De la Beche? I think so. Let's find that. One of the chapters begins with Mary Anning. Find the table of contents here. Shells by the shore. Here we go. Here we go. Let me find some background for this here. As I read you this passage from the book. we go. Let's set the mood here. This is from Michael Taylor's Impossible Monsters. So this is... He's gone into some detail describing the town of Lyme Regis, kind of setting the stage for us here, and then getting into talking about Mary Anning's father and kind of her family situation. So always hopeful that fresh finds among the rocks might keep his family inbred, Richard Anning, that's Mary Anning's father, continued to hunt for fossils along Lyme's beachfront, often taking his son Joseph and another daughter, also called Mary, on his missions. So, the first Mary in the Anning family had actually died like a horrific death as an infant. I'm remembering this correctly, right? Yeah. So when Mary's older sister Mary died, she was born not too long after that, I think, and then she was also named Mary. It was a matter of luck that this Mary Anning had lived long enough to join her father in the hunt. Oh, okay. It goes on to describe that. In the summer of 1800, when only 14 months of age, she had been taken by her nurse. Okay, hang on. Sorry. This is describing our Mary Anning and what happened. This is the lightning incident. I'm finding the waves distracting. Let's just read this. In the summer of 1800, while only 14 months of age, she had been taken by her nurse to a field outside of Lyme Regis to see a performance by a traveling band of horsemen. Having given an extraordinary display of vaulting on the previous evening, the equestrians had attracted a sizable crowd. But as the people of Lyme gathered in the late afternoon, the weather became intensely hot and sultry, and just before 5 o'clock, a storm rolled in. According to one eyewitness, it thundered and lightninged at such a degree as not remembered by the oldest person then in the town, and also accompanied by heavy rain. While some spectators fled home, others kept dry under the linhays where the cattle slept. Others still sought shelter under cover of some lofty elms, so just hiding under some trees from the storm. And Mary's nurse was among them. It was a fatal mistake. One historian records that after a vivid discharge of electric fluid, a cry went up, and 3 people lay motionless under the elms. All 3 were dead, including the nurse. Her husband recalled that, on the right side, my wife's hair cap and handkerchief were much burned and the flesh wounded. Mary was thought to have perished as well. Mary, who was in the arms of the nurse, apparently. But when taken home, was dunked in a warm bath, and she revived. The local doctor proclaimed the miracle of her resurrection to an anxious crowd, and from that moment, a legend took root. Supposedly a very dull girl before the lightning strike, Mary now grew up lively and intelligent. Wild. There is a chance that the story could have been embellished. Many stories were embellished, times like this. But I mean, it was written about at the time. So there are primary sources that describe this. We might see more reference to that in here. Early childhood. Yeah. When Anning was born 5 months after the death of her older sister Mary. She was thus named Mary after her dead sister. Gosh darn it. Hang on, sorry. More children were born after her, but none of them survived more than a year or 2. Only the second Mary Anning and her brother Joseph, who was 3 years older than her, survived to adulthood. That's nuts. 8 of 10 siblings all died in childhood. Crazy. The high child mortality rate for the Anning family was not unusual. Almost half of the children born in the UK in the 19th century died before the age of 5, and in the crowded living conditions of early 19th century Lyme Regis, infant deaths from diseases like smallpox and measles were common. That's tragic. And well, what would you know it? The Trump administration is working very hard to bring back measles in the US right now, and they're being quite successful. On the 19th of August, 1800, when Anning was 15 months old, according to this, an event occurred that became part of local lore. She was being held by a neighbor, Elizabeth Haskins, so we get the name here, who was standing with 2 other women under an elm tree watching an equestrian show put on by a traveling company of horsemen when lightning struck the tree, killing all 3 women below. Onlookers rushed the infant home, where she was revived in a bath of hot water. A local doctor declared her survival miraculous. Anning's family said that she had been a sickly baby before the event, but afterwards she seemed to blossom. For years afterwards, members of her community would attribute the child's curiosity, intelligence, and lively personality to the incident. Nuts. Anning's education was extremely limited, but she was able to attend a Congregationalist Sunday school, like I was talking about earlier, where she learned to read and write. Congregationalist doctrine, unlike that of the Church of England at the time, emphasized the importance of education for the poor. So if it hadn't been, if Mary Anning had been part of the dominant Church of England at the time, she might not have seen as much ostracization from society, but she might have never learned to read or write. Her prized possession was a bound volume of the Dissenters Theological Magazine and Review, in which the family's pastor, the Reverend James Wheaton, had published 2 essays, one insisting that God had created the world in 6 days, and the other urging dissenters to study the new science of geology. Interesting contradiction there. Oh, man. But yeah, wild stuff. But yeah, and Charlie's Dragon says neighbor could have functioned as a nurse if needed. I'm guessing that was probably the case, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Here, let's get on my notes here. Nice little well-produced video on Mary. Let's take a look at this. History Roadshow. Well.
In the early 19th century, this woman made substantial contributions to geology and paleontology as a leading fossil hunter of her time. She was born in Dorset, England in 1799, and she spent a large portion of her life engaged in fossil collection, research and trade. Despite encountering severe hurdles and discrimination, she became well known for her knowledge and discoveries, including the first ever specimen of an ichthyosaur, a sea reptile species. For her work in improving scientific understanding of the natural world and her place in the history of paleontology, she is now remembered as one of the most significant personalities in the field's history. So join me now as we look at the fascinating life of Mary Anning, and please like the video and consider subscribing for more historical stories. In 1799, Mary Anning entered this world in the town of Lyme Regis, Dorset, in England. She was the eldest of 10 children, and her father was a cabinet maker and a part-time fossil collector by hobby. Anning's early
now you've seen the statue. I was going to reveal that toward the end of the stream, but that's okay.
Fascination with prehistoric remains led her to frequently join her father on fossil hunting expeditions along the Jurassic coast, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, famous for its rich fossil beds. After her father died while Anning was only...
And Polyot, thank you for the Ko-Fi donation there. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Holy moly. Polyot says, I can't pick what to get you off your Amazon wish list, so I will let you decide what you need the most. Thank you so much, Polyot. I really, really appreciate that. Holy moly. Superb. I'm gonna use part of that to get some disposable plates and forks and knives, so that we can skip a few dishes nights and maybe have time for some nighttime live streams. But I might get, we'll see later what I want to get. There's a few different like box set trivia games, one of them about biology. I might get that because that might be really fun to stream if I end up doing some live streams with the crew at night. I think some trivia might be a fun kind of framework to hang a stream on. That'd be pretty neat. So I would like, set up all the streaming gear kind of away from the rest of camp, and then any crew members who want to participate in a live stream, maybe some biology trivia. I think that could be a lot of fun. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Might also get a light up football. We'll see. Whoops. There we go. And some more treats for the cats. Excellent. Really appreciate that. I also already bought a karaoke machine. It was like 50% off. So we might have some karaoke streams as well for any crew members who would want to participate in that. Excellent. Yeah. Really glad that we're like fully funded for fieldwork in Wyoming this year. Ethan did not need my help for raising funds. It's excellent. So we can focus on some fun stuff. Yeah. And karaoke, says Scoobs. Yeah, we'll see if people are interested. I think that'd be a lot of fun. The nice thing about the karaoke machine is I can also just use it as a Bluetooth speaker too. Karaoke is the best, says Petrodactylus. I think it'll be fun. We'll see if people are into it. We'll see if the rest of the crew members want to get on it, because I don't think I would do that by myself. Kind of needs a table. There you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Will you theme the songs? I mean, people will get to choose the songs they want to pick, People on the crew, if they want a particular song, will pick it. Yeah. And all fun stuff, no work supplies this year? Exactly, Dan the BC man, yeah. This is my personal wish list. Because you folks did such a phenomenal job in buying field gear for our crew last summer. You don't really need that now. And Ethan was able to get hold of some funds to be able to purchase any gear that we did need, so we're sitting pretty. We're in good shape. But again, if anybody wants to grab any of these items, we'd be really grateful too. I've heard good things about this History Channel trivia game. It's not just about ghost swamp truckers and real housewife Bigfoots of ancient aliens county or whatever. This is back when the History Channel actually had history and science and other real stuff like that. So, yeah, I've heard good things about this, and then the other biology trivia set there would be really nice, and these would be excellent to have. If I could spend time streaming rather than doing dishes, that would be excellent. So, yeah. And Nell says, do you need knee pads, Danny? Nah. Knee pads, I don't know, they get too sweaty in my experience in the field. I've got tough knees. Yeah. People are always asking me about that. Oh, how can you sit on the hard ground? Aren't your knees killing you? It's like, it's never been a problem for me. I don't know. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Claire says, you're young, you'll regret it later. I'm not that young. I don't know. I don't feel that young. Maybe I do. I don't know. But I know people in their 70s who still do field work and forsake the knee pads. Walk around too much to wear knee pads. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Let's continue.
11, she and her brother Joseph continued to run the family's fossil hunting and selling business. Mary became an experienced fossil hunter and dealer who made numerous discoveries that pushed scientific knowledge forward, despite encountering severe obstacles owing to her gender and social rank. Even though Anning's formal education was severely limited, she could attend a Congregationalist Sunday school and learn the basics of reading and writing. In contrast to the Church of England at the time, a Congregationalist teaching placed a premium on providing access to higher education for the poor.
Yeah.
One man who engaged with Mary's thoughts was the Reverend James Wheaton, the family's pastor. He published 2 essays in the Dissenters Theological Magazine and Review. A story that she treasured greatly was one statement declaring that the earth had been created in just 6 days by God, while the other encouraged dissenters to learn about the emerging interest in geology.
I really like that, you know? It's like, yeah, here's the story, we're a church, this is, this is what this is what we're supposed to believe. But this new geology stuff, it's pretty cool. Don't be afraid of that, you know? We dissenters, we should be studying this kind of thing. Be keeping up with the latest science. Like, I think that's really neat, you know? Yeah.
After the commencement of the French Revolutionary Wars in 1792 made travel to the European mainland unsafe for the English nobility, Lyme Regis became a famous seaside resort.
So again, you can't divorce this particular story here from the wider historical context. One of the reasons why Mary Anning was able to help support herself and her family by selling fossils was because of these revolutions in mainland Europe. English nobility is like, ooh boy, like we can't go there. We might get guillotined, you know? We might have our heads liberated from our shoulders. And so they're like, well, where do we go domestically? I guess we'll go to the seashore. We'll go to Lyme Regis. And so there's this money pouring into the town. You've got people to buy the fossils that Mary is selling, potentially.
Unsafe for the English nobility, Lyme Regis became a famous seaside resort, drawing a growing number of wealthy and middle-class tourists. Locals had been making a living off selling oddities to travellers to the area well before the time of Anning. These fossils were occasionally believed to have medicinal or supernatural characteristics, earning them colourful local names like snake stones, devil's fingers, and vertebrates. As the relevance of fossils to geology and biology became apparent,
That's a funny way to put it. As the relevance of fossils to geology became apparent, like, yeah, as people started to realize that these were not weird supernatural flukes or anything, but they're the preserved remains of ancient living things. As it became clear that, like, hey, these are things that we can actually study and make sense of. They're not just curiosities, they're scientific specimens.
Collecting became more popular in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Most of these fossils were discovered in the cliffs along the shore near Lyme Regis. The cliffs are made almost entirely of sedimentary rock from the earliest Jurassic period, composed of alternating layers of limestone and shale, dating back about 210 to 195 million years ago.
Nice. That's funny. I thought they were Middle Jurassic, but I guess not. You know, when we're talking about stuff like, there's a really cool illustration in the book that I have here. Where is that? It's a book that I had when I was a kid, and some of the illustrations just stuck with me. You know? They've got a permanent place in my brain. There's tetrapods, dawn of the dinosaurs, the Jurassic period, reptiles of the Jurassic seas. There we go. And there is indeed Lyme Regis right there. Early Jurassic strata. Okay, I guess I was wrong. It's not Middle Jurassic, it's early Jurassic. You have all these wild and wonderful creatures like these ammonites, these big short-necked plesiosaurs with enormous heads, sometimes biting the necks of the long-necked plesiosaurs. That's a lot of neck to bite. I guess that's pretty convenient. And you have coelacanths swimming around, trying to avoid the deadly jaws of ichthyosaurs. It's a wonderful illustration. Really captured my imagination as a kid. Yeah. And here we go. Discussion of Mary Anning right here. Finding sea monsters. Some of the most important fossil finds of the early 19th century were made by a self-educated woman, Mary Anning, and her family. From the coastal cliffs of Lyme Regis, England, the Annings eked out a precarious existence, scouring the cliffs for fossils to sell to genteel tourists. Between 1811 and 1830, they uncovered complete flattened skeletons of early marine monsters, quotation marks. These ichthyosaur and plesiosaur discoveries helped revolutionize our view of life in the prehistoric past. So there you go. It's not like Mary Anning is some obscure figure. She's mentioned in passing in just about every book that describes plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs from Jurassic England. It's, yeah. She's not obscure. But it's nice that she's finally getting the recognition she deserves among the general public, too. Dr. Morbius says, what's the ancestor of ichthyosaurs? That's a good question. We're still kind of figuring that out. Here, there's the, how do you say it? Hupasukians? Hupasukia. So these guys might not be the direct ancestors of ichthyosaurs, but they're probably close? Yeah. They're probable members of the clade Ichthyosauromorphus, so they're probably like an early diverging branch. So these guys probably evolved from the same ancestors that ichthyosaurs did. They're so weird and cool looking. Oh man. They're another one of these groups of marine reptiles that don't get nearly enough attention. Them and the thalattosaurs and the placodonts and those critters, yeah. Yeah. Oh, and they have polydactyly? Oh, weird. Yeah, look at the number of digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 digits on the hand. I mean, huh? Like, what? What's that about? I think ichthyosaurs do the same thing in some cases. Yeah. Polydactyly, having more than 5 fingers or digits, is also seen in ichthyosaurs. However, in ichthyosaurs, this condition occurs as either bilateral polydactyly, or in the case of ophthalmosaurids, extra digits anterior to digit 1 and posterior to digit 5, or interdigital or postaxial phalangeal bifurcation in non-ophthalmosaurids. Interesting. Huh. So they're adding extra fingers, but sometimes they've got another finger before the thumb, or another finger after digit 5. And then in some clades, it's new fingers, extra fingers in between the fingers in the middle, which is interesting. Yeah. Huh. Okay, so they're difficult to classify. Oh boy, yeah. Anyway, where do ichthyosaurs come from? I don't think we have the best idea of that right now. Ichthyosauria. Evolutionary history. The origin of ichthyosaurs is contentious. No, you think? Until recently, clear transitional forms with land-dwelling vertebrate groups had not yet been found. But in 2014, a small basal ichthyosauriform from the upper lower Triassic was discovered in China with characteristics suggesting an amphibious lifestyle. Here we go. And we do not have access to this.
Access denied.
Unfortunately, this is from a paywalled article, but here, give me just a second here, and let's see if maybe I can find this. Let's try some backdoor dealing here, real quick. Looking. All right. We're in.
Access granted.
Excellent. A basal ichthyosauriform with a short snout from the lower Triassic of China. Here's that paper. This is published in 2014. Cardarhynchus lenticarpus. What? What the heck? What? It's so weird looking. Cardarhynchus. Potential ichthyosaur ancestor here. Bizarre. There's probably an H in there. Cardarhynchus. Oh, it's adorable. Look at that critter. Ah. Wild. That is so cool. I love these reconstructions, and oh man, I wish we had this outside of Instagram. Gabriela Guetta does such excellent work. That would be yeah, shoot. There we go. Cardarhynchus. So, potential ancestor for the ichthyosaurs. It's kind of lizardy. Especially right here, it actually reminds me of... What does it remind you of, Chad? I know what it reminds me of right here. This one right here really reminds me of a holocephalian. Of like a ratfish. Similar kind of proportions and head shape and everything else. That's kind of wild. Yeah. Huh. Maybe it's the angle at which it's holding its pectoral fins. Forelimbs. But also that tail, that almost eel-like tail, seems very holocephalian, chimera-like almost. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, ichthyosaurs. They're weird critters. Let's continue with our video here.
It is among the best places to find fossils in the United Kingdom. Although cliffs were risky because of the potential for landslides, especially during the wetter winters, collectors flocked here because landslides frequently expose new fossils at that time of year. In October 1833, Mary escaped death and a landslide buried her faithful black and white terrier, Trey. This incident highlighted the dangers inherent in her line of work. It was in November of that year Anning wrote to her friend Charlotte Murchison and said, "Perhaps you will laugh when I say that the death of my old faithful dog has quite upset me. The cliff that fell upon him and killed him in a moment before my eyes and close to my feet, it was a moment between me and the same fate." But by now she knew the dangers, but her skill in finding and recognising these long dead remains was starting to bring much needed attention. From her first significant discovery in 1811, Mary found the first known specimen of an ichthyosaur, a type of marine reptile. This particular find helped confirm prehistoric animals' existence and sparked an immediate interest in paleontology. Again, in 1823, she discovered the first complete specimen of a plesiosaur, another type of marine reptile. Anning also made many other significant discoveries throughout her career, including the first known example of a pterodactyl, a type of flying reptile, in 1828.
First one outside of Germany, at least.
And she also found the first known example of a complete belemnite, a type of extinct cephalopod. With her growing self-assurance, Anning wrote to the Magazine of Natural History in 1839 to dispute the claim made in an article that a recently discovered fossil of the prehistoric shark, Ibodus, represented a new genus, arguing that the claim was incorrect because she had already found the existence of fossil sharks with both straight and hooked teeth.
Nice.
It was now, though, that her discoveries helped advance scientific understanding of the natural world, and one in which she would play a significant role. In the early 19th century, Mary Anning made substantial contributions to understanding the natural history of the Jurassic coast of Dorset by collecting fossils, trading them, and studying them as a paleontologist. But Anning still struggled to gain recognition for her efforts and was never compensated for her actions because of her gender and social standing. Mary did, however, find some encouragement and acknowledgement from her fellow scientists and scholars in the geology and paleontology communities. She was well respected in her field and maintained correspondence with several prominent scientists, including William Buckland, a geologist who described and named the first Megalosaurus specimen, and Georges Cuvier, the French naturalist widely regarded as the father of paleontology for his fossil classification and analysis work. It is, however, the people closest to Mary who helped her make a living by collecting and selling fossils. Roderick Murchison, another prominent British geologist, and his wife Charlotte undertook some of their earliest fieldwork in southwest England, which included lime. Charlotte was going to become a fine practical fossilist by working with the famed Mary Anning of that place, as Murchison put it. But Charlotte and Mary maintained a close friendship and exchanged letters throughout their lives.
So this is why some people say that maybe they actually had a romantic relationship. It's not impossible. I just don't know if there's any direct evidence of that being the case.
Charlotte, who accompanied her husband on several of his business trips and met many notable geologists as a result, was instrumental in
Claire says they were roommates.
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Maybe they were just roommates. Maybe they were something more. I don't know.
Expanding Mary's time throughout their lives. Charlotte, who accompanied her husband on several of his business trips and met many notable geologists as a result, was instrumental in expanding Mary's clientele throughout Europe, and during Mary's 1829 visit to London, she stayed with the Murchisons.
I didn't know that.
In 1830, Mary Anning was again encountering financial difficulties due to the slow market for fossils brought on by the British economic woes and the lengthy periods between her pivotal discoveries. Henry de la Beche, a geologist and friend of Anning's, helped by having a lithographic print of his watercolour work, Duria Antiquior.
So we were talking about this at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, so this is considered one of the very first pieces of paleo art. I think, widely considered to be the very first representation of an ancient ecosystem. All these different creatures interacting with one another and feeding upon one another. It's kind of a peek into Jurassic ecology. And the first of its kind in that respect.
Depicting life in prehistoric Dorset, based on fossils Alan had uncovered. But life didn't get easier.
Hang on, and there's a Wikipedia article about this. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. Doria Antiquor, a more ancient Dorset, was the first pictorial representation of a scene of prehistoric life based on evidence from fossil reconstructions, a genre known as paleo art. Very cool. It was the first depiction of a scene from deep time to see even limited publication. The print was used for educational purposes and widely circulated in scientific circles. It influenced several other such depictions that began to appear in scientific and popular literature. Some later versions were produced too.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
InGen 728. Thank you for the 31 months of support. I really appreciate that, InGen. Thank you. Good stuff. Very cool. By 1830, Mary Anning was well known to the leading British geologists and fossil collectors for her ability to spot important fossils in the Jurassic limestone and shale formations around Lyme Regis. And for her knowledge in collecting, preparing, and reconstructing the fossils. William Conybeare's scientific description of some of the marine reptile fossils she had found, including the first ichthyosaur skeleton to be recognized for what it was, and the first 2 plesiosaur skeletons ever found, had created a sensation in scientific circles. William Buckland, the discoverer or describer of Megalosaurus, credited Anning with 2 key observations about certain odd fossils, that they were sometimes found in the abdominal regions of ichthyosaur skeletons, and often contained fossilized fish scales and bones. So Mary Anning realized these were coprolites. We talked about that. The discovery led Buckland to write a vivid description of Belias's food chain. It was this description that motivated the geologist Henry de la Beche, who had worked with Conybeare describing marine fossils, to create a pictorial representation of life in ancient Dorset. Despite her renown in geological circles, Anning experienced financial difficulties due to hard economic times in 1830 and the long and unpredictable intervals between major fossil finds. Impressed by the positive reaction from his friends to his initial watercolor painting, de la Beche decided to assist Anning by having the professional illustrator George Scharf, who had earlier done lithographs of Conybeare's sketches of plesiosaur and ichthyosaur skeletons, create a lithographic print based on his original. He then sold copies of the print to friends and colleagues at the price of £2.10 each, £2.10 each, and donated the proceeds to Anning. Excellent. Very cool stuff. So this was a really, really influential piece, copied countless times. It was a big deal. And it's this kind of, well, shoot, this is tremendously influential, and we see this even in some modern depictions. Here. Like this. This is really cool stuff by Mario Lanzas. Antediluvian. This means before the flood, like Noah's flood. It's very Victorian. Look at this. There's those sclerotic ossicles again. And these depictions of ammonites with wings? Antiquated idea, but again, you see this in that illustration. Hiding there in the background are these depictions of ammonites with wing-like structures on them. Right here. Wild. Here, I'm gonna need to... My landlord is demanding more rent payment. So, let's... Alright, Minnie. Alright. Okay. Yeah, we'll get you some treats. Oh, there we go. Look at all those. Good stuff. There we go. And yeah, please chew them, Mini Pie. Don't just swallow them whole. They're good for your teeth. You're supposed to chew them. And there you go, Scoobs. That's exactly what she's doing. She's just hoovering them up. Oh, Mini Pie. Oh, Mini Pie. Okay, let's go back a touch. It's beautiful work. It's, these depictions of Victorian perception of Mesozoic life. Lystrosaurus, temnospondylus, it's like iguanodon there too. Megalosaurus. And there's an ichthyosaur moving around on the land, which is wild. And we have here this is based on this famous work. I don't think it's by De La Beche. It might be by somebody else, but just classic vintage illustrations of ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs fighting. There we go. This right here, been reproduced so many different times. Who is this by? By Edouard Royu. Okay. Sure I'm butchering that. My apologies. But that's right here. Oof, gruesome. go. Again, here is a link. I think you might already have it. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. That part, there you go. Paleocan, of course. Yeah. Yeah. I love how it captures these... It's a synthesis of all of these different vintage depictions of ancient marine reptiles, such like. It's great. Really great. And here we have an explanatory video too. Nice. Making a video. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. And it is supposed to be biblical. Exactly, King Monks. Turn this down. It's a little loud. Here we go. Yeah. This is so great. Oh, man. There's the skull that Mary Anning discovered. I love that Mario Lanza's put this together just to help explain these references. Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins' illustration there. This beautiful painting he produced, I think, while in Princeton. Phenomenal. Did I sign it on there? Labyrinthodon. Just wild, you know? So cool. Oh, and this is really neat. There's the making of. Anyway, super cool stuff. Again, the link is right here if you'd like it. Excellent. But yeah. Video that talks about iguanodon could get to 12 tons in size? Interesting. Dr. Tara, I mean... I love wine. Interesting. Huh. There are certainly really big iguanodons. I mean, Iguanodon bernusartensis is pretty enormous. But, I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be cool to see some of this stuff get published, you know? Anyway, let's get back to Mary Anning here. So at the Lyme Regis Fossil Festival, Mary Anning finally gets the credit that she is due.
We don't know. We don't know. But it's a bit bigger than that, the one I found.
It is a favorite thing of paleontologists to dress up as Mary Anning, and apparently people in Lyme Regis as well, and this is just really charming to see.
Little bit bigger. The eye socket there, you've got a tiny little eye like that. The eye we found is about this big. The eye socket. Yeah. Is it about that time? Yeah. Let's do it then, shall we? A very good craftsman.
There she is with her wicker basket.
He was a cabinet maker, and he did a very good job bricking it all up and trying to patch it all up again. There she is. I am here to tell you a little bit about my life and to test your knowledge, particularly as fossil hunters, in what you know about me and what I collect. Something dramatic happened to me. I was struck by something when I was lightning, yes. All them fossils in the days when I was a child. Do you know the name that we called fossils when I was a girl? Yes, sir.
Skeletons.
No, it was a while before we were finding skeletons, but yes again. Curiosities, sir. I would like to give you a little prize for that knowledge because you've been so good. Here we go.
This is fun stuff. That's neat. There was a whole campaign to erect a statue of Mary Anning.
I'm raising money for a statue of Mary Anning in her hometown of Lyme Regis.
And I'm Anya, and I'm her mum, and I'm helping her to do that.
Mary's such a fascinating character. She grew up in a very, very poor family. She was born in 1799.
This is the cool stuff.
Her father died when she was just aged 11. And fossil hunting, to begin with, was a way of making some extra money. But that was never the end of it for Mary. She had this amazing curiosity and this desire to learn.
When Mary was 11 years old, she found the first ever ichthyosaur. The world had never seen anything like it.
This, it may be something that's never been seen.
Which is what Mary Anning did. She did find something that had never been seen before. Multiple occasions. Oxto Mosek, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you.
It was a complete mystery.
She opened up the can of worms for fossils, which we now think of as dinomania, the obsession that people have with dinosaurs. It really all started with Mary Anning.
Again, she didn't find any dinosaurs herself. She was digging in marine strata, but plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, pterosaurs, and many other marine animals. That was her jam.
And so this is part of her legacy.
So she discovered lots and lots of fossils of brand new species. She was going out after winter storms when landslips had exposed new fossils. She knew that that was the time when she would find important new evidence there.
This is not somebody who just happened upon a discovery and got famous on the back of it. She was a skilled scientist. She had a good eye. She was a hard worker. She went out every single day.
When people would visit her, notably individuals from the Geological Society and other societies, she was the expert. They were asking for her advice on these things.
Yep. They would often not give her credit for that advice afterward. They would publish her findings without giving her credit, but...
Somebody who, I think from a very young age, showed what is possible if you are intelligent, hardworking and passionate. And those three things together mean you can achieve pretty much anything. And what child wouldn't be inspired by that?
Mary's finds were part of a significant movement in helping to understand geological time and better understand the complexities of prehistoric life, ultimately leading to such groundbreaking research by people such as Charles Darwin coming up with his theory of
Chucky D.
evolution.
Yep. So without Mary Anning, you wouldn't have Chucky D in the same way that we did, you know? There probably would have been no origin of species. There would be no descent with modification, as Charles Darwin called evolution, without Mary Anning, you know? She helped knock over those first dominoes that would lead to eventually the publication of Darwin's ideas about evolution.
She was voted by the Royal Society Committee one of the 10 most significant females in the history of science in Britain.
Even though Mary was involved in the emerging science of geology, she wasn't recognised for the role that she played. Women couldn't vote, women couldn't belong to learned societies.
And that was the way society was organised. It was inconceivable that she could join the Geological Society because it was exclusively for men.
We really want to do Mary proud and put a beautiful bronze statue in Lyme Regis where she should be. Right here.
It's about restoring her to her rightful place in the history of science. It's about making sure that anyone that visits Lyme Regis knows that this really important woman was there doing that work in the early days of paleontology.
She was her own boss, which is a lovely message for today. Instead of all these people telling you what you can't do and what you shouldn't do, she just got on with it.
And she just wasn't going to let Victorian society get in the way of her passion. She's such a strong role model.
At a time when it was difficult to succeed as a woman, it was difficult to make your mark as a poor working class person, she managed to do both. And we very rarely get statues of those types of people.
Yeah. How many statues exist of women in England, especially who are not members of the monarchy, let alone working class women, you know? I'm guessing they're not very common. So this is a really worthy goal here.
Please help us by donating as much money as you can.
Because
Mary Anning rocks.
I like Mary because she's amazing.
Good stuff. So you'll be pleased to know that this campaign was a success.
Thank you everybody who's contributed to this campaign. I know that we've got many supporters here this afternoon. The beautiful veil is about to be removed. So, happy birthday, Mary Anning. Welcome back to Lyme Regis. Go for it.
Search the sands near the harbour. They sold their curiosities.
Makes me smile, you know?
She sells seashells by the seashore. Shells, she sells her seashells, I'm sure.
What a beautiful statue as well. It's so well done.
Fortune placed an inspiration of what she might one day become.
Here's a link.
A woman of knowledge and independence. With books her path has now begun. Out on a road in clear defiance, helped by four-legged company on earth.
Lee Lemon says, sure beats the Lucille Ball statue? Wait, what? I'm not familiar with this. What?
An ancient ocean giant. Now the world will know her name.
Oh, yeah. Looks like a halfway melted Eleanor Roosevelt. Oh boy. It reminds me of this. Oh boy. Yeah.
$15 short. Exactly what Marge Simpson's marshmallow squares bring in. Can we still afford that statue of Lincoln?
No, I'm afraid we'll have to go with something cheaper.
I give you our 39th president, Jimmy Carter.
Oh, come on!
He's history's greatest monster!
And then, of course, at the end of the episode, would we not have that? No, maybe not. Well, yeah, at the end, in order to salvage it, they erect, well, they change it into a statue of Marge by adding her hair to it, and then Bart and Lisa turn it into a tetherball pole. That's what the Lucille Ball thing reminded me of. Much better statue of Mary Anning, and I'd love to be able to see this in person and stream that in November. We'll see if that works out.
She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells our seashells, I'm sure.
Well, Minnie Pie's telling me that I need to wrap this up pretty soon. So, what we're going to do is we'll take a look at a beautiful short film about Mary Anning. I think you'll like it a lot. Short film. It's about 20 minutes long. But it's an excellent way to wrap up a celebration of the life and legacy of Mary Anning. Based on the world's greatest fossil hunter. On the life of the world's greatest fossil hunter. Hey.
That's a pretty seashell.
I collect them.
I used to collect them too, when I was about your age.
What's that?
It's an ammonite. That's its shell, and that's where its head used to be.
Why is it empty?
Because it's a fossil. A creature that lived millions of years ago. In deep time. You see these lines in this cliff? Well, they were made millions of years ago. I usually sell them, but you can keep that for your collection.
Darling, what have I told you about wandering off?
Look what this lady gave me. It's millions of years old. It's a fossil.
It's geology. It's not witchcraft.
Welcome, Carpe Pax, to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Happy Mary Anning Day. We're celebrating the life and legacy of what's often called the mother of paleontology, Mary Anning, born on this very day in 1799. It's geology, it's not witchcraft, could be a stream alert. I like that, Charlie's Dragon. I like that a lot.
You need to quit all that big talk about deep time. That boy was 8 years old.
It was older than I was when Pa taught me fossil hunting.
Fossils were just rocks in those days. They weren't challenging the word of the Bible.
Fossils are God's creatures too.
The fossils aren't supporting us these days, the church is. And stop giving them away.
I'm so close to finding something big, Ma. I know I can feel it. Besides, a friend tells me that Lyme is expecting a very rich visitor.
Science is the future, Bill, and it's making rich men richer.
Bert, sir. The name's Bert.
Yes. A friend of mine in London told me great discoveries had been made here.
Aye, sir. I've helped pull a few out for the Annings myself.
How many did they find?
Oh, too many to count, sir. The biggest one I ever saw was 20 foot. In all my years at sea, it's the biggest fish I ever saw. No, that thing was no creature of the living, sir.
What can you tell me about this man named Anning?
Woman named Anning. And that would be one of mine, sir.
This is Mary Anning, sir.
I can offer my services if you'd like a guide to the cliffs.
I already have a guide.
Oh, no, sir, no. I'm a digger, not a hunter. Mary knows these cliffs very well.
You claim to have found this?
With my very own hand, sir. And I prepared it for the Geological Society myself. In fact, Coniber consulted me before publishing that paper.
Yet, your name isn't mentioned.
Hate this guy.
I am here to discover my own specimen, Miss Anning.
Found it.
Why can't you find a husband before that ship sails? The shop's dead. Interest in fossils is drying up.
Not in the scientific world.
We're in trade.
It's about more than money.
It's man's world, Mary.
And they used to think the Earth was flat.
What do you think it is, sir?
It's too early to say, but these vertebrae certainly very rare. It could well be a new species.
Vertebrae.
And what do you think, Mary?
Well, it's a small ichthyosaur paddle. And it's nothing new.
Yes. Well, I think we shall let the Geological Society be the judge of that. When I applied to them for membership. Oh, something you will never be able to do.
And what is a woman? Was she not made of the same flesh and blood as lordly man? Yes. And was destined doubtless to become his friend. His helpmate on his pilgrimage. But surely not his slave. For is not reason hers? Are her claims to share redeeming love not as great? Say then, shall women sink beneath the scorn of haughty man? No. Let her claim the hand of fellowship.
Let's move higher up.
No, sir. No, it's too dangerous. And there's a storm coming in. Ah. Well, now you see, sir, now Mary, she's worked these cliffs all her entire life. Longer than I've worked the sea. She can handle them both fine well.
You'll work where I tell you. No. No, wait! Where are you going? Just wait!
don't want you out in them rocks tomorrow.
There's something
The
up
Matrix
there.
is like that, Claire. Yes, indeed. Especially when it gets wet.
I need to claim it before the sea does.
Those shales can really gunky like that when they get wet. As I understand it. Hey, Science Stream, it's good to see you, Valens. Hope you're doing okay.
Must be a big one. And this time, I'm gonna take it to the society myself. Do you remember what Pa used to say? A great storm brings great rewards.
And takes most.
He's always watching over me.
Join us as we unravel some of the mysteries of these incredible creatures from our past. These terrible lizards.
And their 91 raiders want to hear about those terrible lizards.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Statsbloke and Raiders. How are you doing? How was Roadcraft? I hope it was really good. Welcome. We today are celebrating the 226th birthday of the mother of paleontology herself, as she's sometimes referred to as, Mary Anning. We're taking a look at a beautiful short film about this remarkable woman, and she helped kind of jumpstart fossil science in England. It's kind of reaching the crescendo of the short film right here, so join us. She's about to make a phenomenal discovery here. Totally baited me with the title. Oh, sorry, Statsbloke. Mary Anning, we're celebrating the birthday of somebody far more important and influential than myself. A figure universally beloved by paleontologists the world over. Mary Anning was doing fossil science at a time when women weren't supposed to or really allowed to do this kind of thing. Working class people were not allowed to or supposed to do this kind of work either, but she did it anyway. And she made remarkable discoveries. She understood the fossils better than the gentleman naturalists of the day. Through sheer hard work and determination and cleverness, she was able to make discoveries like nobody else was able to. And she understood these things as well. Her interpretations of these fossils were more correct than those of her colleagues at the time. Let's continue here. What's that? This was dangerous work. This is how her father died. This is how her dog died, too. In a rock slide.
There have never been more dinosaurs.
Videx, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontology. A paddle of an ichthyosaur. And there's that eye. Big sclerotic ring there. His teeth. Mary Anning dedicated her life to fossil hunting, but was rarely credited for her work. She died in 1847, aged just 47, without ever joining the Geological Society. They didn't allow women into their membership until 1919, 72 years after her death. Her discoveries helped spark a new age of scientific thinking, and just 12 years after her death, Charles Darwin published his theory of evolution. Today she is known as the mother of paleontology. Mary Anning. Give you a link. Lovely short film here. Story sadly repeated across science. It's true, Stats Bloke. It's true. Mary Anning was not given her due credit during her lifetime. She died in poverty at age 47 in 1847. She died of cancer. Many of her discoveries weren't properly attributed to her while she was alive. I like to think that she would be happy to realize that today she is universally beloved by paleontologists and by many members of the public, to the point where not only do we have a statue of her in her hometown of Lyme Regis, but people write songs about her. People dress up as Mary Anning. I'll share a song with you here. A little music video. It's goofy. It's very earnest. And I hope you'll appreciate it. It helps illustrate how well loved she is today and how people remember her.
A legend born of a lightning strike, a journey to discover what the ancient world was like. What dwelt beneath prehistoric coasts was revealed in the tales of some Jurassic ghosts.
You call it cringe if you want, but it's earnest enthusiasm.
Across the rocks she would crawl and climb. She lit a fuse that now burns as a flame. Oh, listen to her story, remember her name.
Fun is good, actually, says PHS. I agree. You get the idea.
Dug deep to explore. Lived in a world that denied her soul. Kept on doing her thing no matter who told her no. Mary Anning in our hearts forevermore. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
So today,
She found plesiosaurs, a few pterosaurs, fossil fish, coprolites and ichthyosaurs. In the place where she lived by an ancient sea, she sold seashells by the seashore to support her family.
there's a ship named after her as well. The, I think, MV Mary Anning.
I told this there was something wrong. The scholars of the time said you just don't belong. Though they used her work to pursue their
It's
own.
pretty fast.
They never could acknowledge her by her own name.
I think it's a catamaran design, so pretty speedy. The RV Mary Anning, RV research vessel.
Mary Anning rocked the seashore. Mary Anning dug deep to explore.
We have several fossil taxa named after her,
Her soul kept on doing her thing no matter who.
like Anningsora, a plesiosaur.
Hearts forevermore.
Previously, Plesiosaurus macrocephalus. It's been renamed Anningsora.
By the seashore, she did a lot of that and a whole lot more. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more.
It's nice to see her get recognition today.
Seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. She sold seashells by the seashore. She did a lot of that and a whole lot more. Mary Anning rocked
Mary Anning.
the seashore.
Happy 226th birthday.
Mary Anning dug deep to explore.
Again, I'm really hoping I'll get a chance to visit Lyme Regis in November when I go to the UK.
Denied her soul, kept on doing her thing no matter who told her no.
There's a lot I gotta sort out before I
In her heart
can do that. I'm gonna wrap up today's stream.
in her heart forevermore.
Anywho, time to wrap up and put an Archaeopteryx under our credits. And let's get a different song. There we go. That'll work. Who else is streaming on Twitch right now? We'll be coming back again tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day, and likely our final stream of the week. Rhacodactylus is on right now with some speed running and science. So let's go check out what he's doing. There we go. Everybody, thank you for celebrating Mary Anning Day with me. I hope you have a newfound or an enhanced appreciation for the mother of paleontology. I hope you understand why she is so beloved by fossil scientists today and forevermore. Thank you to everybody being named in our credits, from our loyal and hardworking moderators to brand new followers. From the Raiders, thank you Raiders for coming in here, to the cheerers and the gifters, the subscribers and the resubscribers, those people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. Couldn't do it without you, obviously. And we'll be streaming tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day, and be making some more preparations for our fieldwork coming up in Wyoming in a little over 1 week's time. Really excited about that. Anyway, you all take care of yourselves, and let's go see what Rhacodactylus is up to. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. And happy Mary Anning Day.